We're good.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, welcome to this public hearing. I hope everybody had a good weekend. I'll read a couple things real quickly and then I'll turn it over to our planning director and assistant city administrator. So this planning public hearing is for proposed plan development on 1310 Tiger Boulevard. An application for proposed plan development was received from Mr. Doug Smythe of Toll Brothers Development on October 10th of 2025. This project site is proposed to be located on a parcel near the intersection of US 123 Tiger Boulevard and US 76 Anderson Highway. As proposed, the project will replace the existing Best Western Hotel with a 6-story mixed-use, student-focused, multifamily complex with approximately 226 units and 752 beds. This project will also include 15,000 plus square feet of retail component and a 566 space parking garage. The Planning Commission approved a positive recommendation on the proposal to City Council on May 11, 2026. Couple reminders on public hearings, because we all have to, bless you, I have to remind myself. Just a reminder, a public hearing is understood to be a forum for people interested in the subject matter to present information to City Council for its consideration as it deliberates an issue. It is not a forum for debate or argument between members of the council and opponents or proponents or each other. Each speaker shall be limited to 5 minutes, and we will have it up there on the screen, and we're going to have a little bit of time to switch it over. We'll have literally a 1-minute break, unless the City Council authorizes one extension of 3 minutes. So, and the last thing is, make sure if we're hearing the same thing, just encourage to simply state their agreement with the previous speaker and bring new information to the subject if possible. So those are just reminders, and I'm going to turn it over to Nathan. Nathan Woods, and he's going to start us off.
Good evening, Council. I've been asked by several of you to give a little bit more color and background before we start these proceedings, so I'm going to kick that off tonight. Tonight we're conducting a public hearing for proposed development at 1310 Tiger Boulevard, an application submitted by Kennedy Wilson. The project intends to replace the existing 4-story Best Western Hotel built in 1982 to fully redevelop the almost 6-acre site. As proposed, the redevelopment consists of a multi-story, student-focused, multifamily complex containing 226 units, rental units, and 752 beds, a ground-level commercial footprint of almost 15,000 square feet, and a 566 structured parking garage with 71 surface spaces. This application arrived before you tonight with a positive recommendation approved by the Planning Commission on May 11, 2026, following a thorough multi-month review process that featured 2 additional design workshops and a dedicated public hearing session like the one you're going to do tonight. This parcel is currently zoned CP2, Community Business District, which is intended to guide higher magnitude commercial and business developments and allows for mixed-use development in several locations, this being one of those. This development integrates directly with our city's long-term planning directives as the comprehensive plan's future land use map recommends this location for mixed-use development. The 2045 plan also maps this site within a designated student housing prioritization area, identifying it as a high-density node to safely absorb density along our major transportation corridors. This was carried over into the new plan and mirror discussions previous planning commissions and city councils had concerning this very specific parcel. By moving forward through the plan development process rather than standard zoning, this project comes with a binding community benefits agreement from the developer totaling approximately $1.8 million in direct local contributions. Additionally, the developer is legally required to fund and build critical infrastructure expansions, including traffic calming on Reed Street, new transit shelters on Highway 76, up to 1,400 linear feet of new sidewalks along Greenlee Place and Church Street, and upsizing almost approximately 600 linear feet of all-site municipal sewer mains into 10-inch pipes. And with that, I will turn it over to the developer.
Everyone, good evening. Good evening. As Nathan mentioned, my name is Mario Arias. I'm here representing Kennedy Wilson. Thank you. Just wanted to review the project team quickly. So along with myself, I'm joined by my colleague Nick Emmerman here. We're with Kennedy Wilson. Duo Design Studio is the proposed architect in the project. And we have Josh Sachs in the house here. Ironwood Design is our landscape architect. Seaman Whiteside is our civil engineer. We have Aaron LeBrun here. And then after the first planning commission meeting, we actually engaged a national retail consultant called Revel, and they have been actively engaged ever since, and they've been great in just helping us develop the retail design in a way that's tasteful and will actually lead to it leasing, which is very important to us. So that's the team.
Before we go any further, real quickly, it was something I didn't do right up front. I'll just say, if anybody from a hearing aspect, we have ADA hearing devices to make sure you clearly hear. I just want to make sure everybody can hear. If they need devices, there's 15 I point, which I shouldn't do, to Jeremiah over on my right. So please come up. It's a little clearer. So ADA, 15 of those right there by Jeremiah if you need them. Sorry.
No
Please
worries.
Go ahead.
Next, a little small, but on this slide, we just wanted to highlight the project timeline up until this point. And so, the first time we engaged with city staff was last May 2025. And then our first planning commission workshop was in early November of 2025. And, that commission process was very iterative. And beginning in that first workshop, we made significant changes to our plan, which we'll review here shortly. And then we had our second workshop in January, public meeting in February. And, after those 3 meetings, it was very apparent to us that it was going to be supremely important that we engage our neighbors in that residential neighborhood adjacent to this site. And so in early March, you'll see a community meeting here at Golden View Church. And so they were very gracious to host us there at, such an important building for that neighborhood. And so during that meeting, the goal was really to hear their concerns, their thoughts about how this project could better serve them and their needs and not just our residents. And that was very important to us, especially as we develop the community benefits package further, which we'll go into in a few minutes. So here we wanted to expand a bit upon why Clemson, why we think this site in particular matches the use and the needs that we see present in the market today. 1310 Tiger is the best Western today, but we also see it as a gateway site on a retail corridor and with high visibility and access to multiple modes of transportation to get to campus. And so when we first started to visit Clemson, one of the very first things you hear about is traffic as a pain point and getting to class via car as another pain point if you're a student. And so, we thought this project, if we park it adequately and build the retail tastefully, we thought could do a lot to ease those pain points. And then we're also very proud of it because it aligns almost perfectly with the 2045 plan, as Nathan mentioned, bringing retail to those high visibility corridors and opening up those multiple modes of transportation for students. Ideally, we are attracting residents north of Tiger who currently live north of Tiger or who currently live west of the lake and bringing them closer to campus. As other developers have said previously, one of the things that stood out when we were studying Clemson is that as a percentage of students, the off-campus beds that were within half a mile were very low relative to other, similarly sized university towns across the country. And so to ensure that Clemson is vibrant for a long time and to ease some of those traffic concerns for year-long residents and the university students, we're of the opinion that more beds closer to campus will help alleviate that. The second bullet point in part 2 here mentions existing neighborhoods seeing pressure from scattered rentals. A big reason why off-campus purpose-built housing is growing nationwide is because you have amenities that are tailored to students. You have management that knows how to enforce certain policies, and it keeps the students in the buildings that are meant for them as opposed to them spilling out into the historically residential neighborhoods. And so that is a win-win because it gives them the living experience that they desire, especially if it's closer to campus. But then for the year-long residents in that respective town, it opens up that housing to workforce housing, young professionals, et cetera, and keeps those neighborhoods truly residential. This fourth bullet point here is one that's really important to highlight. Oftentimes the student housing pipeline, especially in Clemson, is discussed in its totality, and almost as if every bed was equal, but that's not the case. with rising construction costs, with the rising cost of land near campus, the truth is a lot of those pipeline beds that are on College Avenue or near College Avenue are going to cater to the top of the market in terms of rent. Our location off of College will enable us to offer state-of-the-art buildings, state-of-the-art amenities, student housing management, at a discount to those College Avenue properties. And so when folks say we're gonna attract kids who don't live on College today, it's kind of hard to do that at the College Avenue rents because those students who live north of Tiger or live west of the lake, in some cases are paying half of the average rent that's on College today. And so if you're really gonna put your money where your mouth is, you're gonna have to offer rates that are in that direction, but at a discount, and adequately park the project because those students tend to be car owners. And so we think we've done those two things very well. And then the chart in the bottom, there are a lot of numbers there. I'm happy to go into more detail if you have any questions, but I'll just point to the supply deficit line at the bottom. That's essentially the off-campus demand, the students who can't fit on campus because the on-campus beds have run out, minus our projected off-campus supply, which are the purpose-built student housing projects. Those are the kids that theoretically spill over into the residential neighborhoods. Those are the single-family home rentals. And as you see from 2025 to 2029, including the pipeline projects that have been approved or are in the works like this one, that supply deficit line is decreasing every year, give or take, up until it's 5,500 in 2029. And that's what you want. As a city, that spread means that those are homes that are now opening up to other renters, other forms of housing. And the students go where they want to be, which is purpose-built student housing close to the campus. Here's just a quick comparison with other universities across the country in terms of a percentage of off-campus pedestrian beds as a percentage of enrollment. You can see Clemson is very low there because a lot of that housing stock is north of Tiger, west of the lake. And so part of that this is part of the reason why you've had several developments come before you, because we noticed this as a reason for the pain point that is traffic. And so if you can see the sentence below the chart, even if you include the pipeline beds that are under construction today in the hub in 398, and then the two projects that have yet to be voted on in chapter in 1310 here, the percentage of beds within half a mile will still not eclipse 21%, which would still be very low on this chart. And so that's sort of the thesis along with the other things that I mentioned. This is its alignment with the 2045 plan, as Nathan mentioned. Here, we just wanted to discuss the existing conditions. To Best Western today, it's 4 stories. You'll notice the really large landscape buffer along the back. And then for those who aren't familiar with the site, there is a significant grade difference between if you're standing in front of the Sunoco, for example, and Dupree Street. Dupree Street is much higher, and so part of the footprint of the new building and this building are influenced because of that. This is our most recent site plan. We're proposing a student housing project of 752 beds. About half of it is 5 stories, with the front half facing Tiger is 6 stories. And then it has a 7-story parking deck, public plaza anchored or surrounded by retail space in the front. That'll be public and will be great for that retail space. And then 2 standalone retail pads along Reed Street with a paseo or public paseo in between them. This is a site access plan. This is obviously very important to discuss here, just given how busy the corridors that surround our site are. We anticipate folks entering on 123 or on 76. You can see the dark green line is going to be what we anticipate the vehicular traffic once you're in the site to be, navigating CBS, navigating the various surface stalls, and then our residents would get to the drive aisle, or would get to this parking garage through the drive aisle at the top of the page. Those 71 stalls are gonna be fully dedicated to the retail tenants, and that's something that's also very important to us, and its enforcement is important to us. We've allocated the first floor of the deck to be for retail employees and resident guests, just to make sure that they don't take up those surface stalls. A big concern that we heard at the Golden View meeting was our residents, so the garage has a 3rd-story exit. It's on the 3rd level because of that grade change that exits into Greenleaf, so you can sort of see it in the center of the page. there was a big concern, rightfully so, of our residents taking the left once exiting that garage and cutting through the neighborhood to get to 93, basically, and get to campus faster. To address this, we're including a pork chop, which we tried to highlight here, but it's still not that big. But it's essentially a median to force a right out only, to make sure that they're coming down to 76, up to take a right onto 123 and go around, sort of like what the CAT bus does today.
Can you, I'm sorry, can you have, is there a
Go back.
thing? Yeah, is there
Oh, a laser?
a laser that, where you can show me where that would happen, please?
That was this
or
third
no?
button? No.
No laser, wow, we need to get in the 21st century here.
I don't want to turn
So
it off.
that would
Where it's
be,
coming down on green.
okay, I'm just,
You see where that picture is, the curve that they're trying to show, you see the arrows going back up.
yep,
You see on the
okay.
right-hand side, that's what he's talking about.
Okay, thank you. I just,
No,
I
of
wanted to
course.
make sure that I knew where he was talking about. Thank you.
Of course.
I thought he had a laser.
These are the project highlights, as I mentioned. As a percentage of beds, 75% is the deck, very high in today's standards in the purpose-built student industry, and then a little under 16,000 square feet of retail. These are some renderings. This is a view from Tiger Boulevard. You can see how that retail sort of sticks out. The retail, or the public plaza is down a few steps, and then the greater massing is behind it. This is our vision for that public plaza. Great place for residents and the public to come and spend time outside. Those two standalone pads there. And this is a closer look at what we anticipate being the retail vision. We think 2 or 3 of those will be food and beverage, and then the balance will be dry services or dry goods. It's too early to tell what they'll be, but that's just what we anticipate after speaking with Revel and local brokers. The good thing about this slide, I'll go back to this, is that we're anticipating 4 to 6 different operators versus the 2 that are there today. And so it's not just 16,000 square feet, it's 4 to 6 different options for residents and year-long residents to actually explore in this site. This is a few examples in terms of square footage of what each of these examples would require. These are not set in stone. This isn't necessarily even what we're looking for. It's just a matter of giving you an idea in terms of which options can fit in which retail square footages. Here we had Rebel kind of work through the parking, and so you can see on the left, the bottom left corner, that chart is probably the most important of the slide. It goes through every use and what they've determined Revel to be the max ratio. In other words, at the busiest time at a coffee shop, how many surface stalls are they going to need? And if you look at the chart based on time of day, it's 10. Full service restaurant, 30. Quick service retail, 10, and so on. And so basically it's saying that if everyone had their busiest time at the same time, which is very unlikely, that you'd probably have to have 60 to accommodate a successful leasing center or retail center. We've exceeded that count by about 20% at 71, and so that's why we feel comfortable with that count. And then here, community benefits, and so let's see, something that's really important to us is the CAT bus route. It's obviously very important for the success of our site, and to bring those students to our site, we're going to have that mode of transportation, and so that capital donation to CAT bus was very important to us, and so that's $750,000. And then I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Then in terms of the retail, in the bottom, the retail is very important to us just because, if I go back to the site, our front door is at the back of the plaza. And so one of the biggest themes that came out of the planning commission meetings were we need to emphasize retail as a use here. We don't want retail to be just a small piece of a huge student housing project, and so we think we've accomplished that. And so because our leasing office is at the back of the retail plaza, that first impression is going to be dictated on whether or not that space is leased. And so we've budgeted for about $500,000 in retail leasing incentives. That includes tenant improvement allowances, leasing concessions, et cetera. Basically funds that we've allocated to ensuring that our operators are successful from day one. Working my way up, 2 bus shelters, as Nathan mentioned.
Appreciate the Scottish man, but
Nice stuff.
Could you please turn it off? Thank you.
2 bus shelters, as Nathan mentioned, to accommodate the CAT bus routes. And then the balance of our benefits really stemmed from that meeting at Golden View. You know, I think aside from traffic and site access, another major concern, especially, you know, I think all of us, when a new project comes at the corner of our neighborhood, is displacement. And so we wanted to center a big bulk of our benefits on the institutions that are in place today there, but then also keeping the residents in place and telling that story more effectively. And so you'll see about $175,000 that are directed explicitly to Golden View Church. And so those are for parking lot improvements, deferred maintenance, a new roof, you know, the types of problems that could really derail a small institution. And so, you know, hopefully giving them a bit more staying power there. The $200,000 is essentially a city-managed grant for affordable housing production or the repair of existing stock. And so again, these are things like making your home ADA accessible, windows, roofs, HVAC systems, things that for a homeowner can be very stressful and can come suddenly. You know, making these grants available to them so again they can stay as our neighbors. And then a $150,000 donation to CAM for the work that they do in telling the story of that neighborhood. And so that is the bulk of our 1.825 benefits package. And then the other benefits on the side are just ancillary benefits that are very real. You know, it's more than doubling the existing retail that's there today, public plaza that doesn't exist there today, and a material increase in the tax base for, you know, the county, but also to the city of Clemson. And that's all for me.
All right, so we're gonna take a, not really break, we're just gonna switch over, put the clock up there. Thank you.
Yep.
Just tell me, Alan, when you're ready. No pressure.
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah is.
Oh, Jeremiah's doing it.
Good? All right, you got to.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask really quickly, would you guys mind that deck that you just shared? Will you send it to council, just so we have it? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is the opportunity for anyone to come up and please state your name, sign. There's a clipboard right there. Jeremiah's going right to it right now as we speak. So please, just a reminder, 5 minutes, so the floor is yours.
I'm coming.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought everybody needed to laugh.
And we don't start the clock until comments are started, so just, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm headed up in. Good evening.
Evening.
How are you?
How's everybody doing?
Doing fine. How are you?
I'm fine. My name is Pastor Viola Austin. And I live at 208 Miller Road, Anderson, South Carolina. And I am the pastor of Golden View Baptist Church. I, along with some of the church members and the community members, are here tonight. We would like to take the time to thank you for the opportunity to voice our concerns. And we would also like to thank the developers for thinking about Golden View Baptist Church, for taking the time out of their busy schedule on March the 10th to come down and talk with us about what they were gonna be doing, about the buildings and what was gonna be happening in the area, surrounding area, okay? And so we asked questions and they answered all of the questions to the best of their ability. And so they said if they couldn't answer the questions, they would take it back to the ones that's in authority over them and then get back with us. But we didn't have to do that because they took care of Golden View. They answered all our questions. And they were eager to help us, and they took all the time that we needed to answer the questions. And they were very nice to us. And so the developers was just really good. And I would like to say that the community and what you all are planning on doing, you go right ahead and do it. And I understand that this is the first time that this has ever happened, like we get benefits from it, and I don't see a thing wrong with it. Amen? Amen, somebody.
Amen.
So I would like to take the time out to say and leave this with everybody for something to think about. It was a man out in the ocean or the sea. And so something had happened to his boat. So he prayed to the good Lord to send him some help. Y'all follow me now?
Following you.
So the good Lord sent him some help. Sent him 3 people by. The first one came by. The man said, "You need any help?" The man said no. So he went on by. Second one came by. Asked him the same thing. "You need any help?" He told him no. Third one came by. Said, "You need any help?" He told him no. Well, he said, "Now the Lord ain't sent me no help." So he prayed to the Lord and said, "God, why you didn't send me no help?" He said, "Well, I sent you 3 people by here and said you sent all of them away. And so now he just out here." So we got to be very careful who we turn away. We don't know who God is sending to help us. Am I right about it?
Amen.
That's all I'm going to say for y'all to think about. And the developers, go ahead. Do your thing. Do what you come here to do. Because if you're going to bless the community and you're going to do what you say you're going to do, God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Austin. She's cute.
Good evening.
Hey,
Good
Ms.
evening.
Davis, how are you?
I am Linda Davis. I reside at 224 Windwalker Road in Anderson. I am the pastor of New Hope Baptist Church here in Clemson, South Carolina. I also work at Clemson University in the IPTE department. I also own property on Goldman Street here in Clemson. And first of all, I want to address something that was posted on social media. It was said that we were probably paid off to get up here and support this project. No one was paid, not one dime. So I want to put that to rest. I am here because of the fact that we met with the developers and they were willing to meet with us. We had plenty of concerns that we addressed with them, and they were able to answer our concerns as well as meet some of the needs in the community. I like the fact that they made it one way exiting out so that it will not impact traffic in the community. That gave us some comfort. We also addressed how the community needs some upkeep, needed sidewalks. The parking lot at Golden View needs to be repaved, need the roof. We started listing different concerns and needs of the community. And we understood that whether you all approved it or not, they still have the by right. And so if they elect to go by right, then the community is gonna miss out. And so I am pleading with you all today to please consider that this will help the community. Yes, it'll be a headache with the traffic. Traffic is already a headache. You know, so we have to deal with that, but we also know that, you know, advancement is gonna happen, whether we like it or not. Growth is gonna happen. And so I'll plead with you all today to please say yes to moving forward with this project because it will help the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey y'all,
Hey.
my name is Tyler Love. So I've been in Clemson since probably about 2017. I was an undergrad, and I decided to stick around and start working for the university. I actually had the pleasure of working under Miss Rosa Graydon for a while, and she asked me to come out here and be a part of the conversation at Golden View and part of the planning commission conversation, just because I have a critical eye on these things. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll tell you, like I told the planning commission, I don't like the term developer. I think it's kind of a bad word. But after seeing what these gentlemen have done in the community, I'm very impressed. I think it is very rare to hear that a developer comes in and cares what the community has to say. And really takes into consideration and tries to work with them and sees themselves as good neighbors. I think no development is perfect. I don't think that there should be an entryway into the complex from Greenlee, but you know, that's just my little tiff. But other than that, I think that they have done a really, really good job of working with the community, and I think they've tried to take into consideration as much as they can. And I think that this development is probably going to be the best that it possibly can be for Clemson. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I'm gonna start something new. You can sign in afterwards, Stephanie. Yeah, that way, you know, just sign in afterwards. That's cool. Thank you.
Stephanie Platt. I just want to ask, that entrance on 76, close to the CVS, is that going to be closed?
Closed.
I mean, is traffic?
We can answer questions in the discussion
Oh, okay.
part of the meeting later, so that's good feedback for us and we'll take it to answer later.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one other thing, you know, I think it's pretty sad that, you know, we're getting rid of another business in Clemson, especially when Clemson University is starting concerts, and we need, you know, spaces for, you know, these attendees, you know, these concerts to come to Clemson and spend money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Halfaker and council, how y'all doing?
Good.
Everybody in here acting like you're a little bit dry. Let me give you a little background. I and my family have been in the ABL community all my life. Not only that, but we're very close to the Calhoun community. That's the only place that we could go and have any recreation activities, facilities and all. But back in 1955, and I know most of y'all hadn't been born, 3 major undertakings happened in this area. The first one was Hartwell, Lake Hartwell, relocating of the railroad and Highway 123. And when all 3 of those done, and nothing can be recovered, nor can we ever have anything restored, was a division within the black community. And with that was individuals who actually should be owners of lakefront property, but that's gone. And other than that, there's a division that has separated the Calhoun community. They cannot be closed back up. See, this nation of ours has continuously divided the African-American community without any consideration of impact. We know about Tulsa, we know about Trine Street, in Charlotte, but also many others across this nation we love and we live in. But what's the impact? It's dismantling of communities, divisions of families, economic chaos, and legacy of communities that are being lost without any consideration or compassion. I too am grateful for the developer to sit down, to listen, to provide responses, and also to go back to the drawing board and come back if it was necessary. They clearly understand our need to preserve and protect our wealth of history, and sometimes that gets lost. I've never considered invading anybody else's community, but when those individuals choose such actions without truly knowing why and through vain selfishness, my sincere request to you at this point is to be able to secure and maintain this Calhoun community's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like your pink shoes. Your pink shoes.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
I'm Rosa Grady. I'm originally from Clemson. All my life, worked at the university 31 plus years. Still working in the community however I can. And I'm here tonight to help represent the community in reference to the Best Western. The Best Western, they have parties, but they used to. But the growth of Clemson is always growing. And one thing we cannot do is stop growth, period. I want to say to the developers, because they took time out their schedule before we met at Golden View Baptist Church, that I was on a few Zoom calls with them sharing my concerns. And this kind of impacted me because of the fact that they was willing enough to listen to me and then able to come back here and meet with the community. Now I want to pause right there with them. I know we're talking about should they or should not build. They're going to build anyway, regardless. But the impact is the benefits that the community, not Rosa, that the community will receive. Let's look at 123. All that land up there, above the Ace Hardware, that was my family land. Now, none of you probably was around at that time, but I didn't see no developer coming to the community offering anything. If you go up on further, behind the South Carolina Credit Union, they building up there, and they gotta find a way to put a road, may I add. But nobody's complained anything about that impact and how nestled it is within there. Nobody said the word, but when they come to offer a gift, I wouldn't call it a gift, to the community, then we got these ups and downs about should they or shouldn't they. And I don't think anyone here at the table, I'm not calling you broke, I'm gonna call myself broke. If you are able to provide the needs of the community and what Golden View need, I declare you go ahead and do so. But with what they're offering, it would do a lot. In fact, it would help CAMS and other entities. Pastor Oglesby spoke on the historical part. We want to keep that part. Through the developers and what they're offering, we'll be able to do that and work diligently on it. Now, the Best Western is going to be the Best Western, whether they build it out right or they give benefits. I'm selecting that we take what they're going to give. If you can offer better, I say go ahead and do it. But I don't guess that's the issue because you would have brought it to the table already, right? One thing I was doing back there in the back, I was looking up progress. It says the development of an individual or society and a direction considered more beneficial than and superior to the previous level. To say that, the building is going to go up, period. But I elect, and I'm asking all of you, And if you have any questions after the meeting, I'm asking all of you to be in favor of the community receiving the benefits. This is the first time I understand that a developer has done this, or at least on our end of the deal. But there are needs in the community, and one way for us to get this done is by going through that, because it's gonna happen whether we like it or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, y'all.
Good evening.
My name is Charlie B. Healer. I've lived in Clemson for about a year. I've been in upstate South Carolina for about 6. I'm also here at the request of Miss Rosa Graydon. I attended the meeting at Golden View Baptist Church as well. I also don't like developers. Historically, very anti-development. I gotta say, they put them through their paces. I think we were there for maybe 3 or 4 hours. They asked every hard-hitting question. And the developers did make a lot of concessions, answer questions to the best of their ability. I was very, very impressed. I can't say that I've read a news article lately where people were happy at all about the development or felt like their concerns were being heard in the community. So I just wanted to show my support on behalf of the community as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tim Dunbar. I live at 103 Lewis Road, Clemson. I've been coming to Clemson since 1975. I've been living here regularly since 2008. And a lot has changed. The university has grown, and a lot of things have helped it, like especially a winning national champion football team has drove a lot of demand here. But things started with Grandmark as a mixed-use facility. It's had 2 businesses, both of them have failed. Then I think there was the old Holiday Inn project that's, changed names now, and its mixed use has seemed to have done well. Like if you notice, it's all toward the lake side of 123. The Bixby was next with mixed use, and it's been somewhat successful. It's had, tenants come and go. The Hub is another mixed-use community that it remains to be seen just how well they build out. And they offered $4 million worth of enhancements to the city. Next, there was Moda to be seen as what happens with its mixed use, and again, it remains to be seen, but also it starts to encroach in on residential neighborhoods. Then there's the 398 College Avenue project. Again, mixed use, remains to be seen, and it thrust itself into a residential community, kind of messing up, the entrance to that community. Next we have the Pine Street thing, which is being considered another mixed use, which is replacing a current high-rise development, which intrudes into the historic Riggs Field area. And again, its mixed use will be determined. The best western property is being proposed as a mixed use, and it remains to be seen as to what happens there. But it takes away a viable commercial property and also the hospitality revenue that it generates, which helps benefit the city year after year. Right now the city doesn't have enough beds for all the activities that it incurs here. It may help some of the VRBO people that have to pay taxes to the council just to be able to use their homes however they want. Past council has stated that there's been support for each of these different projects, and except for this project, which seems to have a lot of community support, along with the $1.8 million enhancement to the city, it seems to have worked. If you notice, most of the projects that are east of College Avenue, those businesses always seem to fail. My daughter graduated from here in 2003, and she said any business that builds to the right just doesn't make it. You know, Grandmark is a good example. It's had 2 businesses and both of those have failed. You know, in each of these different meetings, council, you know, says that there's been support for each of them, but when you read the minutes, there's only been opposition. You know, to me, council has failed to really show how these past projects and these current proposed ones are really going to help the Clemson residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Yeah. Mr. Lee, actually, Quayle, I saw you first, so.
And then you.
Yeah, we'll just, you're cool, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. He stood up and then, yeah, perfect. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Jacquel Durham. I currently reside at 107 Vista Drive. I would say as a soon-to-be professor at one of our Ivy League institutions, I have a lot of comments on that presentation. I would have given a lot of feedback and comments on that presentation. I think that as someone who had a lot of time to sit down and just think about kind of the overall, what I feel like is transparent about this community, about the city, in the words of Young Thug, whoop-de-doo to the things that are being given to the community that I feel like could have already been given to the community. I love what's been given to the community, and I think that there's some underlining things that I feel is being done in the shifting of the narrative. I think that what I really feel is more important than the things that are being brought to this community. I still see that there's a lack of minority businesses based on the example of businesses that was presented. I think that there's still a lack of things that are being done for the youth in this community from the ones that I've spoken to. I think there's a lack of things that are in this presentation that doesn't fully align with the full body of that community. I think there's a lot of work that can be done to that presentation. But however, one of the things that I've been able to think about in full transparency was that when this meeting and this presentation came up last time, I honestly already knew that we was gonna say yes to this project. It's already encroaching on a community that we might as well, as a people in this community, and I don't want to say historic neighborhood, but as a black people in this community, we might as well essentially get ready to live off our memories in this community. That's what I really feel. As someone who's about to leave soon, I know that when I come back and visit that we may have a new roof on the church. The parking lot may be fixed. Cam will be given $150,000 to do whatever we don't know it's gonna do. I think that we just gotta be honest. I think as a council gotta be honest about, one, don't have these people that are here who magically out of some way, somehow, we approve of this project. I think it should have just been told to begin with. I think that having people waiting on what you already have made a decision on, don't continue to do that to people in this community. I think that you should already just tell these people what you're gonna do and make that known up front from experience. You already know what y'all decisions are. Just let them know, and should have been already let them know, that the memories of this community is all that's left, But, you know, again, I'm talking to the people of this community. I'm talking to the youth of this community. I'm probably the only last youth gonna be standing for this community, to be transparent, be honest. But I leave here with the spirit of my grandmother who's gone, who passed away, who I've had time to grieve and sit down and think about. I appreciate all of you for not even telling me condolences after all the work that I've done in this community. At the end of the day, again, we could just already let the people know that memories is all we have and that's left. And I look forward to seeing a new roof, a new parking lot. I look forward to seeing whatever Cameron's gonna do. But like I said, we could have already let them know that to begin with. Thank you all.
My name is Robert Lee. I live at 113 Presley Drive, which is just down 123 a ways and back up a little bit. I'm generally in favor of this project. There are a lot of trade-offs. With anything like this, there are certainly plenty of things I don't like about it, but there are more things that I think are favorable about it. So I come down on the in favor side. The two things I can point out, and I'm not sure what has changed with this, when there's a space for public use and access, if the deal breakers for me, if it's worthwhile, is there shade and is there isolation from traffic and traffic noise? You know, I look at, he talked about Grandmark, I don't know the details of that, but when you're so close to the road, you got traffic noise all day long and people trying to run a business and you're there with traffic noise all day long, that's a horrible thing to deal with. So I don't know what's happening with this, but that's one thing of this. You can isolate from traffic noise and get some shade if you're going to go to a public space. Without that, forget it. It's no use to me. Another thing is infrastructure that I think about for bicycle, for non-vehicle transportation. I think for not only this project but others, the possibility of, I know it's a lot of infrastructure, but pedestrian overpass or underpass or some way to get pedestrians over that busy roads. That's what we're missing, I think, in these things. You know, I'm in favor of it all, but I think as we look at this, if we can get that fixed a little bit, get pedestrian overpass or underpass to not have to deal with going through a stop sign, stoplight, I think it's a big challenge, but I challenge you with that. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Other comments? Last chance for any other comments. Well, I appreciate everybody's participation, appreciate their comments. What we're gonna do at this time is we're going to adjourn for 10 minutes, well, 15 minutes. 15 minutes, so it's 6:23, we'll reconvene basically, well, technically 17 minutes. We'll reconvene at 6:40 for our regular city council meeting. Thank you again for the participation this evening on our public hearing. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Ready? Okay. All right. Good evening again. Hope everybody had a good weekend. We'll now call this meeting a regular city council meeting to order. This is June 15th, 2026. We'll start off with the invocation and pledge allegiance. Councilmember Evans, please.
If you would like, please join me in prayer. Lord, thank you for the change in seasons. Thank you for the summer we have been experiencing the past few days. Thank you for the rain, for man and beast, and for our green yards and our green pastures. And Lord, we will not meet again until after the celebration of our 250th year as a country. Thank you for your blessings upon this country. We're not perfect, but we're the best there is. And Lord, thank you for the men, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and Betsy Ross, that sacrificed their time and their energy and their livelihoods to make this a democracy. And Lord, also grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is the oath of office for our business license inspector. So I will turn that over to Jeremiah.
Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I am duly qualified,
that I am duly qualified,
according to the Constitution of this state,
according to the Constitution of this state,
to exercise the duties
to exercise the duties
of the office
of the office
to which I have been appointed,
to which I have been appointed,
and that I will,
and that I will,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
discharge the duties thereof,
discharge the duties thereof,
and preserve, protect, and defend
and preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of this state
the Constitution of this state
and of the United States,
and of the United States,
so help me God.
so help me God.
As a business license inspector
As a business license inspector
of the municipality of Clemson,
of the municipality of Clemson,
I will equally, fairly, and impartially,
I will equally, fairly, and impartially,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
and skill,
exercise the trust
reposed in me, and I will use
my best endeavors
to preserve the peace and carry into effect, according to the law, the purposes for which I have been appointed. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. All right, Jeremiah. Thank you very much. Next, we have a proclamation here. This is whereas scoliosis, the abnormal curvature of the spine, is a condition which affects an estimated 6 to 9 million in the U.S., whereas primary onset of scoliosis is between ages 10 to 15, with females being 5 times more likely to require treatment, cause pain, reduce respiratory function, and limited mobility in otherwise healthy children, and approximately 1 in 6 children are diagnosed with the disease, which will eventually require active medical treatment. Whereas screening programs allow for early detection and for treatment opportunities, which may alleviate the worst effects of the condition, which has no known cause or cure. Whereas raising public awareness like we're doing tonight is vital, helping children, parents, healthcare providers understand, diagnose, and treat this disease and reduce the pain and suffering of those that it affects. Now, therefore, I, Robert Halfinger, Mayor of the City of Clemson, do hereby proclaim June 2026 as Scoliosis Early Detection Awareness Month in the city of Clemson, reaffirming our dedication to protecting children and strengthening families all year long. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and have caused this great seal of the city to be affixed this 15th day of June 2026. And I believe someone's here. Yes, please. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. You have some words, please. Yes, ma'am.
Scoliosis has affected me since I was a young age. My intervention from a young age really made me had a very better outlook on life. With the scoliosis, I had a better chance to not have surgery, which I ended up not doing, which is one of the most most concerning things, since it's very invasive and very can really mess with your body afterwards, preventing you from getting certain jobs even. So it's really important to me that everybody gets screened and get their proper brace surgery, whatever affects them best.
Well, we appreciate you sharing, and we have the proclamation to give to you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Yes, ma'am. Thank you again for bringing awareness for us, for the whole community. So thank you. Next is our public session. It's a 3-minute limit per speaker, and I will turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, like Mayor said, we are going to open the floor for public comment. Just a reminder that this is for any comments that are addressing items not on the agenda. I know some of you guys are joining us to address other things that are proposed on the agenda. We will get you to speak at that time, so it's fresh of mind when we're talking about that topic, so we won't forget you, we promise. The only thing we ask is that your comments be directed to City Council as a whole, and that they be limited to City Council's, the issues that City Council has jurisdiction over. So the floor is yours. Yes, and if you, when you come up, if you'll please sign in, and then state your name at the podium. Come on up.
Sorry.
Thank you, Brandon.
Always a pleasure to be back. I actually have 2 comments, so do I get extra minutes?
No.
Okay, then I'll be quick. At the June 1st, 2026 City Council meeting, a member of the City Council publicly made inaccurate statements about my conduct as a council member. Those statements were not only inaccurate, but also potentially damaging to me and to the community. If you watch the YouTube video from that meeting, go to the 2-hour and 24-minute mark and you'll hear a discussion about abstaining from votes. During that discussion, a council member stated, quote, "Fran McGuire regularly abstained." And then he said, "I watched him multiple times." Both those statements are incorrect. I recall abstaining only twice in my term. I'm getting older, so my memory is a little weaker. So what I decided to do to verify my recollection was to look at all the minutes from all the meetings in my 4 years and see how many times I actually abstained. Unfortunately, or actually fortunately, those minutes are no longer available, so I had to have someone in the city did the search for me. And basically at the end of that search, with a Clemson employee, not me, reviewed every one of the minutes, his comment was, 2 abstentions were the only ones I found. Not a regular abstention, not a general business. Both of those abstentions were at the same meeting where the city manager's contract was up for renewal and a raise. Only 5 people attended that meeting, 5 council members. 2 council members could not. I abstained solely because I thought the retention of a staff member and a raise was important enough that every council member should have had the opportunity to comment. So I abstained. The inaccurate comments from the public setting are harmful to me, and they're a permanent record since they are now on the city's YouTube channel. Basically, if I decide, for instance, to run for city council again, that will be out there. Well, Fran McGuire, why should we vote for him? He does nothing but abstain. To restore my good name, I respectfully request council do the following actions. Number 1, retract the inaccurate statements. Number 2, amend or annotate the YouTube video in some manner to indicate that I did not abstain regularly and it was a rare and well-justified act.
Number 3, formally state for the record and in the meeting minutes that the council member statements were incorrect, inaccurate, incorrect, but I assume not malicious. I want you to know that. Next, determine whether that council member's comments violated the city's code of ethics and the conduct for elected officials, and keep me informed of the actions you take. There is a more important reason than mine. Okay. Basically, this is also a citywide issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah, do we have additional sign-ups ahead of time? No. Okay, thank you. Sorry about missing that. Okay, the floor is open for additional comments. While we wait to see if anybody wants to come up, we did get a comment submitted by you, Fran, that was provided to council ahead of time, but since you're here, you were able to read it, so I'm not going to read that, so just for the record. Okay, I'll make one last call for public comments. Come on up, Mr. Lee.
Robert Lee, 113 Presley Drive. I'd like to dedicate a short poem that I wrote to the Green Crescent Trail. All the people have done something with it. I was walking in the city, this is years ago, I think before the Green Crescent Trail really had much success. And I came into this altered state of consciousness. We'll get to that, how I got there later. But I'm serious, but yeah, okay. So I'm walking and I came up and I said, I see a line of cars and they're all spewing gases. Shiny metal boxes filled with shiny happy people sitting on their asses. Which is some truth to it, but that's what I saw. So I was walking near 123 and 93 early in the morning, and traffic just started to pick up, and you get this, I think the wind is just right, I'm breathing heavy, and you get this plume of exhaust gases, put me into some altered state of who knows where I'm breathing in again. And so this, whatever works in my head came into my head. So I'm dedicating that to the Green Crescent Trail. It probably wouldn't be appropriate for any official thing, but nothing like that. Okay, second thing, one out of time.
You were poet and you didn't know it.
Also from the wild imagination area, but physically possible, is this thing years ago when Clemson did its combined heat power plant, which is the most efficient thing you could get. You basically can double efficiency. Instead of wasting half the heat from energy, you capture all. So you, instead of a coefficient of performance of say 3 or 4, you can get a coefficient of performance say 8. So I thought of this thing. Here's, if we had thought about all this early, all this development downtown, this concentration, Clemson could have either tied in, the city could have tied in with, partnered with the university or done its own central heat and power. I'm going to borrow the word hub because I'll call it energy hub. It does all this management, all these things. So all these development, high density downtown can be served by this high efficiency. You pipe, I learned a little bit from industrial, you pipe cool and heat. So you use electricity and you separate cool and heat and you don't waste anything. It's very efficient. So the word, energy word for it is coefficient of performance. So anyway, that's my dream, that my vision for Clemson that possibly could still happen somewhat, but I'm maybe late on getting anything done about it. But it's still a real possibility if there were some grants and things that could ever make use of that technology. So I lived in a city that once did that. They had a downtown facility. It was all these pipes really brightly colored, and they transfer energy to all the downtown buildings. There's a realistic range that you can transfer heat and cold. But anyway, something different to think about. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. Any more comments from the public? Okay, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I thought we had an opportunity to address.
Yes, if you, is there something that you want me to?
I just wanted to ask Fran, you were listing off some things you wanted to happen. Did you get to list them all?
I did, thanks for asking, John. And those were not, yes, I got the list.
But the email that you sent us does it as well, I assume.
I don't think I sent it.
No, it's not in the comment for the public. It was just the My Civic app that he wanted to make a public comment, but it's not in
Okay.
here.
Okay, thank you.
So what we're going to start doing after every public session is having the opportunity, we talked about this at our retreat, to answer any immediate questions, but then also any other comments, if they are being able to be addressed, to make sure that they're addressed in some form or fashion before the next city council meeting. Andy, do you want to elaborate any more beyond what I'm saying there?
I don't have anything here that is a question or anything that appears to need any kind of immediate feedback tonight. However, if there is later on in the meeting, those answers will be answered in the new executive summary that we're posting to the agenda. And it would come out probably Thursday before the next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to close out?
Now I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, all right, there we go. All right, next is the possible approval of minutes for June 1st of 2026. Would somebody like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Next, we'll go into reports and discussion. Just a reminder, on each item is a 2-minute limit per speaker. First is to discuss proposed plan development on 1310 Tiger Boulevard. Nathan.
Yes, you heard from the developer, you've seen what the materials in front of you, and I'm here to answer any questions I can for you, and if I can't answer them, the developer's here to help.
I'll start.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who initiated the project? Was it you guys, or did the property owners reach out to you with this idea?
It was a widely marketed property for sale, targeting student housing developers.
Gotcha, thank you. Would you mind, I know this is repetitive from the last couple meetings, but Nathan, can you kind of recap the bonding mechanism that we have for retail spaces in mixed-use developments moving forward?
Yeah, certainly, that's pertinent after some of the comments tonight. Last year, we passed a bonding mechanism where when a developer builds a site, we essentially want them to deliver a warm shell, which is drywall and maybe drop ceilings, but not always. We don't always want them to concrete the floors because depending on where the drain and what the use is going to be, that could be different. And we don't always want them to go ahead and spend the extra money to put in a hood that a restaurant would require as well. So because of that, they bond with us 150% of the cost to do the build out of the space. If they don't fill that space within 1 year, I think I'm right, it might be 1 year, we will call that bond. The city will take that money, and then we will do what we can to fill the space at that time. But a lot of the properties that we talk about being vacant were not subject to that. They were not also subject to some of our newer design standards. So some of the spaces that you see around town, the most prominent ones that folks talk about, those spaces are not deep enough to adequately fill the space with the type of retail that's desired within the community.
And my last, just a comment for you guys, the retail plan 2 to 3 food and bev for retail, you have the CVS parcel there on the corner that serves a ton of people in town. I would suggest that we not try to compete and that we complement their services if you're filling those retail spaces. And then you have a restaurant existing in the Best Western space already that is, I don't even know if it's a franchise. I think it's just 2 locations that are privately owned. I would really recommend, if you were to move forward with this project with restaurant spaces, trying to find a way to fit them in there. I believe it's a minority-owned business. It's already successful in the community. We have community members going. I'd love to see efforts to keep them at home. So. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions. I'm following up on Councilwoman Scott's question. I understand that Kennedy Wilson, is that right, purchased the Toll Brothers. And the Toll Brothers were the ones in my packet that filled out the application for Best Western. So when you took over them, you just continued with this project because you felt it was a good project to do, with it being they put it up for sale?
Right.
Okay, all right. And I think that was, oh, the other question was, I think Stephanie hit on it. The entrance, if I saw the map correctly, I don't see that well, I'm old, so that's part of it. When you come down 76 and 28, you turn into by the CVS. And then you can turn into CVS or go and then turn into the retail or the apartments, correct? Okay, and then there's an entrance off of 123. So if I'm going out 123, I can only turn to the right. I cannot turn to the left. Is that correct? There's a median, I can.
Or the median is in Greenleaf specifically. So that's when you're exiting the garage, that garage access point is exit only, so on the third level of the deck. So our residents would exit there and can only take a right down Greenleaf towards 76.
Okay, but like if I'm at the retail, because wasn't the retail near 123, or was I mistaken?
That's correct.
So I can go out 123 or go out 76 and 28? Okay, all right. Okay, it's hard to follow those areas sometimes. Thank you.
I have traffic directional.
Wait.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Then go ahead.
Recognize them, yeah.
My question is related to the community benefits. So I do appreciate the work that you all did with the community. How are we going to define that, write that up so that it's solidified, if indeed it's passed, so that there's no changes that can be made, or it could evolve into something different 2 years later, 3 years later, because that's really, really important. In my time on city council, I know sometimes we have a good idea and somehow it changes. How are we gonna ensure that if those community benefits is what we're agreeing to, that it remains what they're for?
What they propose will be written into the PD language. We've gotten much better of that over time. If you look at, say, the last 3 PDs, it very adequately lists out, and then if they don't complete those items like you're talking about, they'll be in violation of the PD, which opens a world of fines and different actions that my zoning administrator and code enforcement staff can take to put them back into compliance. So, nuclear option being removing a certificate of occupancy at some point if it were to get that bad. What we've seen is that a lot of our past PDs, things were promised and they weren't written in there correctly. And so at the insistence of some new planning commissioners, that's been something that we've really focused on at the planning commission level. And so those benefits that we talked about tonight are already in the PD document, but anything that's changed here will be.
I don't see any language to form, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, well, I can double check. It'll be in the PD document that we can solidify to make certain it is.
And then my second question is actually more of a comment, but it also could be a question. And what led you all to decide to discount because that's the first time I think I've heard that since we've been doing this, and I really do appreciate the fact that you all are looking at how our students cannot afford some of the developments that we're talking about on College Avenue. And so as much as we talk about these developments are in demand, students are not really living there because they can't afford them. So we're pricing those students out as well. So you talked about a I wrote it down somewhere, 15 to 20% discount. And so what led you all to that decision?
Yeah, I think primarily, to your point, I think in every market, there's a finite number of folks who can afford the top of the market rates. And so it's very hard to define that number. And so as a developer, while we oftentimes can talk ourselves into that story, we recognize that we have a neighbor in Grandmark, and we have which has good data on what their rates are, and their occupancy is very high. And then we also know the rates north of Tiger, west of the lake. And so when you start to triangulate the appropriate rate given this location, I think that's where we got to. But yeah, to your point, I think the downtown properties have seen a tremendous amount of rate growth in the last 4 years. for a product that is aging, and that is simply a measure of a lack of supply. And so the new projects will help alleviate that rent growth a little bit, but we anticipate those rates to be higher than ours. And so, you know, there are varying levels of income, and affordability is a hot button topic across society today. So we think it's the appropriate thing to do, and our partners at this location will expect that too.
I may have other questions, but others may have something.
Mine's pretty simple. You talked about there being a median or something that will make that traffic coming out of the garage go down Greenlee onto 76. I mean, based on history, how significant is that going to be?
How significant will the...
Is it going to be like 3 inches tall, 5 inches tall? How tall? I mean, is it going to be something that somebody will easily decide if they want to go that way, could go over it, or is it going to be something that's going to be a little bit more directional?
Hasn't been determined yet, but that's something that we'll work with the city staff and
The city engineer will actually determine the height. So we will make it at level to where you're not gonna run over it.
Okay,
in a
that's,
truck. Yeah.
it's going to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's what it needs to do.
we love collecting fines too, so if we gotta enforce it, we'll enforce it.
We typically place a sign as well in those pork chops with the steel post.
I got
Yeah,
it. I know.
yeah.
So one of the comments in public hearing was activities for children, families, and I know you talked about the public space. Have y'all put any more thoughts on what you're thinking in that public space? I know you said it's for the community. So what are you envisioning, or what do y'all think to bring more families? And that's what I'm trying to emphasize.
I think the plaza space being stepped down from where Reed Street is even, I think that will significantly enhance what that environment feels like. I think it was Robert who mentioned sitting somewhere with traffic noise. Like, that's very real, and that's something we're talking about weekly as we design these retail spaces tastefully, whether that's plantings at the paseo space, awnings, canopies, but then also when you step down, more plantings and more shaded areas to make sure that people actually feel like this is a space you want to spend hours in. And then that'll also be something that we think about when selecting retail partners. And so, you know, I don't think anyone's envisioning 4 bars, for example. Like, that's not really a family space, and we want this to be beneficial year round. And so, you know, it's early to know who exactly will fill these spaces, but we for sure don't want the space design and the setting to deter family-friendly businesses.
So I guess I'll just add to that, just, you know, depending on where it goes, you know, if you're having those discussions down the road, it's obviously, you're obviously gonna work with them about family. But I kind of use Dockside, they put in a splash pad. I'm not saying that's the answer.
They put it on.
Splash pad.
Oh.
Again, I'm not saying that's the answer. I'm just saying those are the discussions I would love to hear. So, thank you.
So my question's related to that. Your interest in doing the retail is encouraging. And it's probably too early, but what kind of indications have you had? What kind of conversations? What kind of potential partners have you found with interest in being a retail restaurant, store, dry goods, et cetera, in this location?
Yeah, I mean, we think something we heard early on was a full-service sit-down restaurant. There aren't enough of in Clemson, and so we think the demand, like those out parcels by Reed Street, we think will fit right in with that image, just based on the size of the pad itself, the depth, the amount of parking, et cetera. So that's one that we think we can check that box if we get out in front of leasing ahead of time. We've been in constant conversations with a local broker with Pintail, a South Carolina-based firm, who actually did a lot of the work in Bixby and Moda and projects nearby Dockside. And he started to float some ideas for potential retailers or franchisees that may be interested, some dry goods. There was a athletic apparel concept, a few things like that have been floated around, but very early, unfortunately. I wish I had better answers, but I don't want to promise anything that may not materialize. So someone's point about the CBS, it was Councilwoman Scott's. Yeah, I mean, a small nugget has been typically a new amenity that's come up in our space has been mini markets and can be like vending machines, and that's been a big deal. And for us, you know, I've been the first proponent to be like, we're never gonna have a better vending space than the one across the lot, and so we're very much keeping CBS in mind.
We've had discussions with recent developments about the potential to add like bodega style markets. We encourage that because of certain locations or things like that, but it feels like that might not be necessary in yours because it's already there, so, yeah.
My colleagues weary of me because my theme is usually,
Yes, we are. Just teasing you.
my theme is often I'm concerned about the softening of the housing market. And your number of 22,000 demand is a pretty high, it's higher than I've seen. Because in our conversations in one of your slides with the universities, they're going to always do 1/4 of the students. That might be, so just think about, again, is that market, and we've had a lot of conversations recently about we're not quite as high as we were as far as current leasing out in space. We've been in many past years oversubscribed. We're not seeing that as much now. So I know you guys are looking at that, but just as we're all looking with different eyes, but I'm very worried about the softening of the demand for the market.
Yeah, and that's something we're certainly tracking as Hub opens up 398 is in the ground. We are glad to be in 2029 in terms of delivery, so give the market space to adjust. We do think the school's going to grow. That 2% figure has been floated around a lot. The past 5 years, it's been 2.3, so that's a very real figure, and applications have doubled in 5 years, more than doubled. And so, we think universities are incentivized to grow, and as long as the demand is there, and in Clemson, demand is certainly there, we think if you space the market out enough, there should be some demand. But you're right, there's definitely a risk there. It's a good thing, Tom.
I was going to kind of ask along those lines, is there any consideration, because the numbers may not necessarily be that demand that we're thinking about, other than students, possibilities for non-students, possibilities to have some units that could be, or even graduate students or something to that effect that could appeal to that audience. And then my other question is related to, I think I understand you all already have an application for a buy right if indeed this doesn't. So you're determined to build regardless of what happens here today. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. So the first question I'll address is, yes, our housing is open to everyone. So, young professionals, grad students, if the project and the amenities are fit for you, we welcome you. We will be leasing by the bed. So for the larger units that, like for a family, for example, that probably financially doesn't really compare well to a traditional single-family home, for example. But I think at least 10% of our units, give or take, are studios or one bedrooms, and so we do anticipate some grad kids or young professionals to fill those. But yes, we do have a buy right project that is on the table. We've gone through the bar process. It's about 660 beds, give or take, 201 units, half the retail, less than half. Yeah, we don't want to go that route, but based on the timing and the housing need that will still exist, even if we are denied, we think that's a very viable path forward. We've been in this process for over a year, so we do not, it'd be a shame if that's the route we had to go, and we think the community benefits in this retail package is fantastic, but that's the other option. It's a very unique parcel, as you all know, that the buy right plan is actually viable.
So one of the points that was brought up and that I've personally seen as some of an issue is crossing 76 and crossing over 123 can be pretty challenging, and putting more people in this location. You guys think you could work with city staff to take a pretty hard look at how those crossing lights work, trying to make sure we get as safe a system to get people both to your facility and away from it, crossing the major highway there?
Yeah, we will continue to work with staff and we'll always engage those suggestions. We've had suggestions on our own, but as you guys know, it's SCDOT and the city, and there are a lot of, an idea can sound very good, but there are other things that immediately shut it down, and so we will prioritize that, but I don't.
DOT's gonna probably pull the trigger on what happens, but I've seen people crossing that road at night, coming from the hotels to get over to the restaurant there, and I've seen them almost get run over a number of times. It can be a pretty dangerous intersection, so getting the signals for pedestrians getting across there, I think, would be to everybody's benefit.
I have one more question. I just want to make sure I have in my mind. If it's built as a PD, is
752.
752 beds, and all the retail. There was 2 on 123, and then there was more inside where there was the green space and the plaza. If it's by right, it will be 660 beds and half the retail. Is that correct?
Less than half, but yes. So the retail.
Oh, less than half,
Yeah,
okay.
so the retail will be 7,500, give or take, square feet in the by right plan versus our 15.7.
So the 2 maybe on 123 would be gone, or are you thinking the ones further? You don't,
The
never mind.
configuration is different. We can share that plan with you. We're happy to share the plan, but in that scenario, the front door is on Greenlee because of how the zoning code is actually written, and so the building is slightly oriented in a different direction. But I do think there is some facing Tigers, though.
Okay. If that's available, could you give it, Nate, do you have that?
It went through the Board of Architectural Review, so I'll be happy to share it. Yep.
Okay, just for my,
Yep, I'll send it out.
just to see the difference. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
I have, well,
Yep.
I have talked to some people in the community, and I just want to say that they were at the church meeting in March, and they told me on their own that not the meeting with the developers was rough at first, but I think that they gave you a workout, as they said. And what I understand from this person, who I admire very much, is not only did you listen to the community, but you heard them. And I really appreciate that. I really admired this person who said that to me, and it really made me feel good to know you didn't only listen, but you heard as well. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other comments or questions? All right, I'm going to open it up to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give it just a minute more. If there's nobody, we'll go to our next item. If not, last call. All right, I will go into our next. It's discuss having public hearings and the corresponding discussion items on the same night or at separate meetings. Councilmember Smith.
Yes, it's something that I talked a little bit about at the last meeting. And when we have these type of discussions, I just thought that at some point we might want to consider having the public hearing a standalone instead of right before city council meeting, so we don't feel like we're having to rush people. We can give them their time and then come back and have the discussion at the next meeting. So it was something that we did in the past, and when we came back for certain public sessions, it was because they were ending so quickly. It didn't make sense to have a public hearing for about 30 minutes and then have a meeting. But when a public hearing can take about an hour or even longer, it may be something to think about, but also considering the individuals who might want to come can't come early, because if we start at 5 or 5:30, they're just still trying to get off work and make plans. And I remember people talking about getting their kids to different places and trying to get here. So it's just something to think about in terms of having public hearings, depending on the topic, whether we do those all in the same day, because then we're here also very long during that day.
Do we have the flexibility to set, like, do we currently have the flexibility to just set them separate from a regular meeting, or do we have a reason that we have to do that?
No.
Okay.
My recollection is that some council members wanted to move on the same night because they struggled to remember what was said in the public hearing. They wanted to make sure their memories were fresh. Alicia alluded to they were like lasting 5 and 10 minutes. I mean, y'all wanted to have one, I mean, if you decided that one was gonna be extra beefy or something, I mean, you
That
could
was
just
my
say you
thought,
could have it
yeah.
separately.
That's my thought, is obviously we have evenings like this where we have a lot of people we want to hear from. We usually know that ahead of time, and we could choose to set it separately if we wanted, and then we have other things that we know aren't gonna be greatly attended, so if we've got that flexibility, we might be able to use it.
You do.
Well, if I could say something, I think that we have more planning meetings than legally required, so we have a lot of planning public hearings. We have a lot of ways of being able to do input through the Civic app, through people coming. We have, we've had good turnout, we've had very robust discussion. I think that this is a good compromise by having it the hour or so before, because it, you know, to be honest with you, if we have it on separate night, an hour public hearing is over probably a 2 hour for the staff to set up and then to break down. So that's another 2.5, 3 hours possibly that we're, you know, that for another night. Also, I have noticed that the mayor and the mayor pro tem gives everyone, I have noticed, plenty of time. I understand that people that work in Greenville might not get here until right about 6 o'clock, but they give plenty of opportunities. Anyone come in that needs to speak, the public hearing lasts at least 45 minutes, sometimes to an hour. So I think people that might be coming from Greenville would have an opportunity to come in and still be able to speak. If that, I just think it's a good, right now, I think if we do it on another day or have it separate, the juice ain't gonna be worth the squeeze. But right now, I think it's a good compromise, but that's my opinion.
I would put out there that under our current system, I believe there's actually 3 different opportunities to enter thoughts into a public hearing and then a discussion item. There is during the public hearing, there is during the discussion item, and then there's also through My Civic. And if anything, the city council meeting runs later, which would mean that the discussion item runs at a later time, allowing more people time to get here. Just a thought.
And I totally hear what you all are saying. Like I said, it's for these situations where it becomes, where we have a lot to discuss. And it may have a lot of details because the people who may want to come are not probably going to come anyway. They're not here because they can't make it. And they may not submit something through My Civic app. So give folks an opportunity who would love to come but hadn't had a chance to get here because of the timing. So people who are going to be here are probably going to show up regardless. I'm just talking about giving opportunities for individuals who would want to come, but because of the time constraints, won't be able to make it. And plus, I know there's some discussion we're going to have about the My Civic app, and I don't know what decision we're going to go in on that. So that may or may not be an opportunity for people to submit.
What decision about My Civic app?
Well, I know there was some information that they were sending us they wanted to talk about.
That was at the, okay. I did not know, was that made public, Mr. Mayor?
No.
Okay.
We haven't I'm
Okay.
not aware.
Okay. I didn't know that that was something that was discussed. So is it going, do we vote on it or do we, no? We just discuss it? Okay.
Well, yeah, we just discussed it. And it was, we did talk about it at our meeting when we talked about facilitation, which was a public meeting. And so that's where we had the discussion about My Civic. So that was that public meeting.
Okay, and again, I will reiterate, I think that what we're doing now is a great compromise, and we're doing a lot more than what we are, you know, we have a lot of opportunity for public hearings, and an extra day is an you know, I guess if the public demands it, then we'll do it.
So we have, it's not policy that we have to have it either way. So we have the flexibility. We could do it together or separate depending on if people thought this is going to be a very robust one. So you're saying it's not a policy, it's just as how we call it to practice.
So let me, Andy, were you here when it was a separate day and okay. Was attendance that much greater, or do you remember? I'm just curious. Was attendance, was it overflowing, or did it depend on the subject matter? Or
Subject matter.
Okay.
I can answer that.
Okay, so you were here when we did it? Okay.
All of those very short meetings were, technical public hearings for grants, things like that.
It makes sense. Well, that makes sense, yeah. Okay. Just,
Appreciate the discussion. Others, anyone else? From the public? Yeah, yes.
Robert Lee at 113 Presley Drive. I read about this a little bit, and I probably don't remember the number, but the ordinance, it does allow either way to do that. And it also requires to accept written input 2 days after any hearing. So there's also that option too. So I think there's a third way that really is for anybody who can't make it, which is, I suggest better. If you can put your thoughts down in writing, that might be even better. So that's also one option. I think it's maybe 2-48, but I don't recall that exactly, but it is in there.
Thank you.
thanks, Robin.
Other comments? Oh, yeah, Andy, sorry, Andy.
For my citizen, we're going to solve a little glitch. Right now, it's fine, but we can enhance it, so removing it isn't an option. It's going to remain. We just may enhance it.
Thank you. All right, if there are no other comments, I will go into the next item, is to discuss, thank you, discuss a contractual agreement between the school district of Pickens County and the city of Clemson for supplying a school resource officer at Clemson Elementary for the next school year, 2026-27. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is the annual renewal contract for the SRO that we provide for Clemson Elementary.
Any questions or comments for Chief? Okay.
They do a fabulous job.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely.
I've heard some really good comments from the.
Really appreciate what they do every day. And they get break during the summer, technically.
Not really.
Yeah.
They have.
Well, you got the summer camp.
They have the refugee camp.
Yeah.
And so she catches up on the stuff that she can't do during a regular school year.
Makes sense. So thank you. Comments from the public? All right. And next we'll go into staff reports then. Andy.
Friday is a holiday, so offices are going to be closed for Juneteenth. And I'd like to let everybody know that there's going to be a Juneteenth block party that evening from 5 to 9 at Little John Community Center. Free food, live music. I'm also going to let you know that CAM is hosting the Sounds of Freedom movie nights. The next two are June 18th and June 25th. And those are both over at CAM at 7 p.m. And I have heard that we hear a lot of comments about traffic studies and what they are, and who conducts them and when and that sort of thing. So I thought I'd invite Nathan Hinkle up to go over the who, what, when, and where of traffic studies.
Evening. I wanted to just take a quick moment to kind of, I'm going to throw some terms out, and so I apologize because engineering is all acronyms. So TIS is traffic impact study. So what commonly is referred to as a traffic study is actually, we use TIS or TIA, traffic impact analysis. Normally you do TIA and then you move to a TIS. So kind of an opportunity to review and then opportunity to finalize. The ITE is the Institute for Transportation Engineers. That is the institute that does all of the nationwide studies, looks at correlation, make sure and causation for traffic as it leaves a facility. So that's looking at whether it's multi-family structure with retail between certain elevations, distance to, and then actually in the last edition that they just released has opportunity to look at distance to a university, and then allows us to be able to offset some of the traffic for like cars and looking at pedestrian traffic and bicycle traffic as well. So you're able to look at not just location, not just type of development you're looking at, but also looking at location. And then HCM, which is the Highway Capacity Manual, that is the manual that is dictating how intersections are functioning. So the whole goal of a traffic or TIS is to look at what a development that causes more than 100 peak hour trips. So we're looking at something, and if it's an existing development, looking at something that increases the existing traffic load by 100 or more than 100 peak hour trips. So that's looking between 7 and 9 a.m. and 4 and 6 p.m. So you're looking at two really specific time periods. Traffic doesn't, generally, this is what I always like to tell people is like, residential family home normally has 8 trips per day that go in and out. So, think about that. But in the peak hours, it takes 90 homes to trigger that 100. So you don't really just take the 8 divided by 24. You actually have to look at the bell curves of when it hits the peaks and when it comes in and out. And that's where, you're basically saying that 100 homes, give or take, hits that general peak hour. We follow DOT standards for TIS, traffic impact study developments. So the first thing that the developer will do, they will hire an engineering firm that specializes in traffic impact studies. That engineer will come in and do a general review of the area, develop a plan for traffic counts, and they will submit that to us and to DOT or to any other impacted agency. We all make our comments on their plan for where and when they're going to do their studies. And then once they get that, they will come in and they give us about a 2-week range and say, hey, we're going to try to hit this 2 weeks of and they do for 1 week studying the intersection. So studying, that's what we call the background. So it's the kind of as is, current, existing level of where traffic is. That they will then use the ITE, so that manual will go through and find the development type that matches what the development's being proposed as. There's different valuations. Some of them are by beds, some of them are by households. It just depends on the development type. And then also there's if it's a multi-type, so if it's retail and a bedroom type facility, they will then adjust for both of those units. Then if it's something similar to the 398 project, because of its proximity to the university, there's a percentage that you'll take of saying we're expecting this much to walk and this much to drive. So that's all your baseline information. So what they're doing, before they even get in and put in all the IT information, they look at what the background growth is expected. So in South Carolina, we expect about 5 to 10% growth, depending on the municipality. We normally aim for about 7.5, just because it's a nice middle number. And I'll say this is when we've looked at traffic impact studies in the past and comparing them to current traffic impact studies, we're seeing the background noise kind of follow that 7.5%. So we're following that and looking at trends. We don't just look at it independently of just one traffic impact study. We're looking at it from almost all of them that have been submitted and trying to review to make sure. One of the things I really love about this is that the Bixby had been here for about 1.5 years before the Hub proposed their traffic impact study. Their background, so their existing study proved the Bixby's future plans, so 2 years out, so that 2-year out moment proved that the number of vehicles they were expecting to drive, which was reduced by about 40%, because we're expecting about 40+% of the residents in that unit to walk, was actually confirmed. So, so these numbers aren't just kind of pulled out of thin air. They're actually really robustly determined. And the ITE takes about 5 years to put out a new manual. So they take a lot of energy and effort to make sure. And then just like what we had with the Bixby and the Hub, that data is sent to ITE as if you're a member of it. And then they're using that as comparable data to make sure their data trends are following national or local standards. So sometimes, depending on where you're looking at, even some large cities have special manuals that they have to follow. So once they do the background study, and once they do the looking at the background study plus 5 years of what we're looking at of what growth would be if this didn't happen, they do a study throwing the IT information in, and that's the proposed conditions. So that's the background noise plus the IT generation plus the 5-year growth in there. And then once that's been completed, all the intersections have been studied, all the intersections have then been evaluated for percent turns coming out of developments, how that's going to happen. That report is then given to if it's a project that's only in the city, it's given to me. If it's a project that's outside of the city, or not, I'm saying adjacent to a SCDOT road, it's given to myself and SCDOT. And even if it impacts an SCDOT road, we still kind of ask for their assistance just to make sure that they're not going to be impacted. So what that IT manual does is, so those engineers, once they come through all that, they're looking at level of service. So there's an A through F. A through D is, and those level services, this is where I'm talking about all the acronyms, and I'm sorry, is developed through the Highway Capacity Manual. Basically, it's the time it takes to get through an intersection. So once you move from a certain time, like a signal controlled or a stop sign controlled intersection, you have an A through F. When you hit D is normally when you have to look at how you're going to improve that intersection. That may be a signal, it may be a change in geometry. So like if you have a skew going to a 90, that can improve your level of service. So that engineering team that has developed the TIS will go through the entire process, make recommendations if the level of service, so generally we don't ask for recommendations below C. So like if you have to, so you could go from an A to a C, then normally in general terms, an A is like a 3-second wait, and C is about a 10 to 15 second wait in the peak hours. So you're not looking at significant change in time delays. But we're looking at that, and then we're coming in and going through and looking at their recommendations, and then on top of that may make additional recommendations, just because of sometimes what you'll see is the Varsity 3 and Newton Street. So one of the recommendations that we made to them is that there's a no left turn during peak hours, because what we saw is that intersection, even though it's not signal controlled, works very well during non-peak hours. It doesn't function very well during peak hours. And that was a weird one because you were going from like a C to a D, but you obviously weren't going to meet the signal warrants because there still wasn't enough transportation opportunities in that little intersection. So one of the recommendations was, let's come up, let's restripe it, let's make sure that it's easy to follow the directional of what's been engineered, how it's supposed to function, and then go in and put in a timing or a regulatory sign that limits left turns during peak hours, knowing that we had a really nice signal that you just had to go around. So that's kind of the stuff that we're looking at, but I'm open to any questions.
Questions or comments?
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I didn't have,
Thank you.
there was an A through D and an F. And it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting.
Anything else?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
May I make a traffic comment just because it fits in here?
Yep.
Instead of, Nathan Woods and Nathan Hinkle did an excellent traffic meeting with the neighborhood around Mountain View Lane, and used all your explanations of these options and the different IT type. It was a great example of good civic engagement, and the staff did a fabulous job describing some of these very complex issues of traffic and how it was assessed, what our options were. So thank y'all to your staff for doing that great work.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go into policy action. Just remember, 2-minute limit. First speaker. First is considered third reading of proposed map amendment of a parcel on 108 Elm Street. I know Jacob's not here. Nathan's coming up.
We got it all tonight.
Okay.
Tonight we're holding the third reading for an ordinance to rezone a .71 acre lot at 108 Elm Street from office professional, which is OP, to RM4 multifamily residential district. The Planning Commission forwarded a positive recommendation on March 9, 2006, and though council approved the first reading on May 4th, the second reading was defeated on May 18th, and pursuant to the city code, this third reading vote will officially determine the final outcome of the application. I'm here for any questions, but my understanding is that the property owner is also here.
Comments or questions? From the public?
Mayor and council, thank you for letting us address you for just a minute tonight. My name is Chris Olson,
This is Pick Lindsay. He and I together own 7/10 of an acre over on Elm Street. It's on the corner right when you go under the underpass. It's on the left. What's significant about it is the only parcel on Elm Street from that point down to the lake that is not RM4. We are OP. We are an island by ourselves, surrounded by RM4. I want you to understand that this property is not for sale. It's not listed for sale. But what it is that I'm nearly 80 years old, and Pick is about 75. We've been in the restaurant business forever, and we use that as a restaurant operations site, financial stuff and that sort of thing. And so it was fine for it to be an office for that use. But now that everything around it has been zoned RM4, including the lot right behind it, which was rezoned several years ago and now there's a lot of student housing on, and all the way up College Avenue, past Payne Street, which is 2 streets up, everything is RM4. And there's us like that and RM4 everywhere. We're not asking you to do something unusual or something hard. We're asking you to rezone it in conformity with everything around it. And we're doing it now rather than when it's for sale, because we don't want to have an urgent situation where it needs to be done. And we think now is the time to correct the zoning map. It should have been RM4 for a while, to be honest with you. We would appreciate your support on that. We'll be glad to answer any questions anybody has.
Yes.
According to the application that Mr. Abear presented, if I'm not mistaken, that was RM4. Someone came before the council, asked for it to be changed to OP1, and now you want it back to RM4.
Like 40 years ago.
30 years ago.
Things change.
Yes, sir, they do.
Yeah. I mean, at that time, it was surrounded by houses. The Page's house was behind it, Norwood Page's house, and then the Brazils had a house next to it, which is now, it's all student housing.
All the way to the lake. All the way to
The Brazils or the Bennett's?
Right next, no, there was a little house right here beside it.
Okay. Didn't know that was
Little
the
small
Brazils.
house.
Okay.
It's still there. It's still there. But it's zone R4. We're the only thing on the block. It's 0.7 acres. And, we're different. It's commercial. I mean, we're using it as an office, but it's just the old house, and people don't, there's no customers come in there. They go in there and do accounting and payroll. And that's what it's used for now. So it's not, it's not the best use of that property by any way.
What's on the property now is a very small old house, a parking lot, and a fairly large storage garage that we use for office files and whatnot. That's what's there now.
You used to have to store all those documents. Now, it's all on, it's all electronic. So, there's not much in that building anymore. So, we think it's a reasonable request, to be what the whole block is.
In one of our discussions, we just approved in our budget a significant zoning study to look at all of these questions of zoning at one time. So that was also a consideration to think about, instead of doing things one at a time, looking at the entire zoning, which we'll be doing. That study is this year, correct?
Yes, it will take 18 to 24 months. Yep.
So when do we plan to start doing?
The RFP will go out sometime this month. We'll pick a consultant the next month, and then August or September.
Other questions or comments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then from the public? If not, would somebody like to make a motion? All right, if there's not a motion, this will get tabled at this time. Is that correct, Attorney?
Unless the body acts, the body takes no action.
Okay.
I know that seems self-explanatory, but the idea is it would require a second affirmative vote in order to pass.
So, nobody wants to make a motion, then we will. All right, go to our next item. Next is to consider second reading of an ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 2027 operating budget. Leslie, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Tonight, we're just wanting to present the second reading of the ordinance and to adopt the FY27 budget. As noted, it is a 92.9 millage, which is no increase. There are some sewer and water and stormwater rate increases that would average around $4 per customer for a 5,000 gallon usage month. And then a few $5 additional operational charges.
Hold on, Leslie, real quick. Let me just make sure. Probably the best bunch y'all, if y'all are talking. You good? Okay. All right, cool. Thank you, Leslie.
And then the $1 paper fee that we've recommended for utility bills, which if you get your bill emailed, you wouldn't be charged the $1 fee. And then the budget also includes 7 additional employees and a lot of capital and operations. So, but if there's any questions, I have any information you may need.
Questions or comments for Leslie? Again, thank you very much for all the work you've done, the whole team. We greatly appreciate it. Comments from the public? Not seeing anybody move. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the second reading of the ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 2027 operating budget.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Next is consider first reading, or second reading of proposed plan development 201 Pine Street. Nathan again.
Again, tonight's the second reading for the proposed mixed-use plan development near 201 Pine Street, at 201 Pine Street. This project consists of 159 units, 555 beds, and over 6,000 square feet of retail. The proposal comes to you with an approved first reading and a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission after more than a year of public hearings and commission review. The project site consists of parcels currently occupied by a 3-story student housing complex. The property is split zoned, sitting on 2 parcels designated as RM4 and RM3 multifamily residential. The requested high-density residential usage is consistent with our recently adopted comprehensive plan 2045 future land use map and is located within the student housing prioritization residential framework map. And for any questions, the developer is also here.
Questions or comments at this time from council? All right, this time from the public.
Been up in front of y'all one time before, and I don't normally do all this politics stuff. I live in my house, in my own business, but you're trying to put a max property that was built out with 100 beds, max. And then how they get around it, they buy a townhome adjacent to it, it adds to acreage, so now they're going from 100 to 500. You're putting a 6-story building in my front yard, which is 30 yards from my gate. I mean, I won't see them beside my building. My whole thing is, these condos And I understand, you know, growth and development, but these developers are not coming in here and saying, hey, we're gonna fly in from New York to help little town Clemson out. Now, they're here for a money grab. They want to line their pockets up, and then they're gonna go back to New York or Texas or wherever else they're from. My whole thing is, I've lived in that house for 21 years. I bought it, it was built in 1933, but y'all rezoned that over there, and you took me out of the neighborhood. So I'm now in like R4 or some whatever. So I'm the only house that just on the other side of Hedron. So now all the money that I'm putting in this property is basically just, you know, gonna be, who wants to buy it? And you can't see up the side of a building. I just think that that's a historical community back there. I think everybody that's come by, and they thank me for coming up here because there are a lot of old people back there, and they can't physically come up here to talk to y'all. And I just want this madness to stop, because it's 500 beds, and you ain't got enough parking for these 500 beds. Reality, I mean, it's common sense. It ain't gonna work. And then you're gonna turn Oak Street into, you probably have to put a red light on it, because it's hard to get on, turn left when you come by the SO. So.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Professor Joe. I live on Strawberry Lane. My house is less than 2 miles from the Presbyterian Church. In that short distance, there are 30 student housing complexes. Each complex has a number of buildings, and each building has a whole bunch of apartments in it. If Clemson's gonna grow, that's fine, but our little area of Strawberry Lane, Folger, and North Clemson has put it up and done its share of taking care of the growth. Let the growth grow on the college. After all, they're the biggest landowners in the state. Or this Best Western. Let them go up higher and leave our little area alone. Clemson should not have to bear the burden of building apartments for the college. We were stupid to ever agree to do that. And all I can say is these benefits, they're gonna give me a couple of crosswalks and they're gonna improve the sidewalk. I walk that sidewalk every day, it's fine, it does not need improving. If you want to give me something, give me a whole bunch of money, but this, it's not cutting it. Please represent us and don't let there be more growth and more density in our little tiny area of Clemson. If I wanted density, I'd go to Atlanta.
Thank you.
All right. I've learned you want facts, not feelings. This plot of land is not listed on the growth framework map in the comprehensive plan as an area for redevelopment, development intensification, or growth area. This plot of land is not listed on the future land use map in the comprehensive plan as a mixed use like every other proposed PD. If this passes, it will be the first PD development to abut a single-family residential zone while not being located on a principal or minor arterial road. If this passes, it will be the largest bed per acre development to date that is outside the uptown and downtown areas of the comprehensive plan. This is not a buildable 2-acre lot. The buildable acreage is 1.83 acres. They cannot touch the Clemson Avenue townhome, not townhomes, or its setbacks. So you'll rezone one single townhome that is physically attached to other properties. Arguments for spot zoning should be addressed. These are facts. This is not just an older neighborhood against change. It is a community that has been blindsided by the very people they have elected to be their voice, who are trying to gaslight us into thinking and believing that this was ever part of the plan. This development doesn't make sense in this location, not only because it impacts the residents, but because it goes against all of the good goals of protecting residential areas and maintaining consistency that the comprehensive plan is all about. I know this passed the Planning Commission, and some of you keep falling back on that, but if you listen to the beginning of every planning meeting, they say, and they clearly state this, that they are there to tell you what could go there if there are changes, not what should. That's what the city council does. This lot being RM4 doesn't allow just anything to go up. That is why we have zoning and ordinances in place. I've been told by multiple contractors this is the most restrictive municipal they have ever worked with. So I'd rather take my chance on that than letting this become a PD that seems to bypass most of the ordinance that we put in place to protect these very residential areas. So please vote no, because the only way this development makes sense is if you ignore our voices and you ignore the facts. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul Bowen. I live in Strawberry Lane. I turned a petition in to the clerk over here that has over 125 signatures of residents from that area, from the historic Clemson area over there. Many couldn't come tonight, but they wanted their voice heard. So we have a petition asking you to vote no on this because of the impact on the neighborhood. You know, I thought it was very novel that wherever it's going, the other PD that we talked about, the developer had a community outreach. That sure would have been nice in this instance. Maybe some of this could have been avoided. You know, as Lauren just said, this is not where PDs were designated. They were designated for Tiger Park and where the Baptist Student Center is. Developer said it's too hard to do it there. So we're going to do where it's easy, where we can convince the city to let us do it, as opposed to find out. It doesn't have to be done now. Let them work at it. Let them take their time to get to Tiger Park or the Baptist Student Center. I'm a trained environmental engineer, worked in this field for over 40 years. I'm concerned about the water and sewer. We already had complaints about not having enough water at the Esso Club, muddy water at the Esso Club. And yet we're gonna put it in a location that's gonna consume 57,000 gallons of water a day and generate 30,000 gallons of wastewater. Can our infrastructure handle that? Can you guarantee that the residents in that area are going to still have capacity? We've already talked about declining student enrollment, safety, parking, loading zones, traffic, shadows, people looking in the backyard. Is that really what this council wants to give us? More headaches in an area? I'm concerned that this council is more concerned about representing developers than the citizens that elected you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ethel Pettigrew. I live at 109 Hillcrest. And technically, I'm not Pine Street, I'm not North Clemson. But I do have one concern, and we've already addressed some of that. 93 is no longer a state road. It belongs to the university. So we're going to have a really tough time getting traffic out on 93 if they don't request a red light or a traffic study, whatever we want to call it. And I'm very concerned because that's going to be a lot of cars coming and going. I know we say that the students are going to walk, yeah, but they're still going to need their cars to go shopping, go out to eat, go to the lake, whatever they're going to do. I know that some of those kids have a car, a truck, and a boat. I don't know where they put them, but I know they got them. So I'm just concerned about that. Y'all think about that, what you're putting in a neighborhood. Yes, North Clemson is mostly rentals. I understand that, no problem. But look at what those rentals are. They are single-family dwellings or family dwellings that have been converted for rentals, so they have multi-beds in them. And this thing is going to be overwhelming. The project that is already there meets the neighborhood, fits the neighborhood. I'd like y'all to consider that as well. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Sorry this takes so long. My name is Johannes Schmidt. I live on 112 Folger Street, and I've written you a couple of letters laying out my problems. Just by chance, on Friday, I ran into a student who actually lives in one of these apartments that are being torn down, and he canceled his lease because he says he's not going to live in that area. He said he loves the neighborhood vibe, and that's why he was moving there. He would never move into a high-rise building like that. But that's beside the point. I just, one of the concerns that I feel have really not been addressed is safety, and I want to follow up our neighbor. I'm also concerned for the future tenants in this building. Whether they walk to school, whether they use a bike to school, whether they use a scooter or their cars. I don't see how the increase of traffic does not have any impact on the safety of the roads. For the students who live there, and then also for the neighbors. I think that's something that has not really been addressed. The right exit only from the building only addresses the traffic away from the building, does not address the traffic to the building. Petro Lane is an access road, or back alley as we call it. We love it. We walk up and down it all the time, strolling there. Students use that right now to take a walk. Students will use that to get to downtown and use that to take a walk. That's a dangerous road if you increase the traffic there. Folger Street doesn't have any sidewalks. I could go on and on, my time is up, but I really thank you for listening and address this serious issue about safety.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cece Bates, and I live at 149 Folger Street, and I'm here tonight to respectfully ask you to vote no on the proposed Pine Street project. The decision before you is not simply about approving another development. It's about protecting the character, livability, and long-term health of an historic downtown neighborhood. The proposal would allow a 7-story building containing approximately 555 beds on a site of less than 2 acres. To make the project work, as others have said, the developer has combined parcels and requested exemptions so that the minimum requirements are only barely met. While the project may satisfy technical standards, it does not adequately address the real impacts it will have on the surrounding community. This development would place a large, high-density structure directly adjacent to a historic neighborhood. The scale and intensity of the project are out of character with the existing area and would permanently alter the look and feel of the neighborhood. Once a building of this size is approved, the precedent is set, and the character of the neighborhood cannot be restored. The traffic and pedestrian safety concerns remain unresolved. Hundreds of student residents will generate daily vehicle trips. The student residents will travel along already narrow streets and one-way alleys that were never designed to accommodate this level of activity. These streets lack adequate pedestrian infrastructure, including sidewalks in most locations, creating safety concerns for residents, visitors, and students alike. Approval of this project sends the message that density can be prioritized over neighborhood compatibility. A vote in favor of this project is effectively an endorsement of a development pattern that places maximum occupancy on constrained sites without sufficient consideration of the surrounding community. Most of us supported council candidates who spoke about the importance of measured, responsible growth and preserving the qualities that make our community special. I respectfully ask you to honor those principles by carefully considering whether this project reflects the vision of growth that residents have consistently expressed they want to see for our city. Thank you.
My name is Gay Faree. I live at 210 Strawberry Lane. And John, I want you to know I took some of what you said at the City Council retreat the other day to heart.
Group therapy? Is that what they called it?
Somebody called it that today. Anywho, as residents, we elected you to make the decisions that serve the best interests of our community. Yet meeting after meeting, many of us come before you to express concerns about these large student housing developments and leave feeling discouraged. We do not feel that our concerns are being given the consideration they deserve. Residents have repeatedly provided reasons why these high-density student complexes do not belong within or directly adjacent to historic residential neighborhoods. Our concerns are not simply about growth. They are about compatibility, quality of life, and preserving the character of the neighborhoods we call home. Privacy is a significant issue. These multi-story buildings tower over nearby homes, allowing direct views into residents' yards and living spaces. Increased traffic is another concern. Many residents observe students frequently disregarding traffic laws, including rolling through or ignoring stop signs in residential areas altogether. Enforcement of traffic laws in these neighborhoods, such as Strawberry Lane area, appears to be minimal or non-existent. On my daily commute, I often see law enforcement officers monitoring traffic on Highway 133 at 12 Mile Park and stopping speeding drivers. Meanwhile, in residential neighborhoods, residents regularly witness traffic violations with little visible effort. Increased attention to these areas could improve public safety for residents, pedestrians, and students alike. We are simply asking that our concerns be heard and weighed alongside the interest of the developers. Historic residential neighborhoods are not empty parcels waiting for redevelopment.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm Lynn Ferry. I live at 220 Strawberry Lane, and I've been here at many of these meetings, and I know you've seen me speak, as many of these residents have asked you not to vote yes for this. Again, we are manipulating the 2-acre requirement for a PD. This was not zoned for a PD. It is not appropriate. There is appropriate places for growth in this city, but it is not when you manipulate it. If you do this, you're allowing and open up a can of worms. And Adam, you said at the last meeting that you approved a project that was 300 yards from it. I thought your neighborhood or you. We'd love 300 yards. It's 14 feet from my grandchildren's backyard. That's a lot of difference, especially when the plan does not call for a PD. We'll take a high density. We'll take a neighborhood with the requirements of setback. As Jake said in the planning and development meeting, the setbacks and what they would be. We're asking you to keep it as it is. If you want to refurbish, as you say in your plan, refurbish. I'm not sure why an 11-year-old building needs to be refurbished, but you can refurbish. But you don't have to keep changing. This is not the appropriate place. We're asking you to do your job and represent us, not developers. We are for growth in appropriate places. You need to step back. If this was in your backyard and the manipulation to get this to a PD was being done in your backyard to look over your children or your grandchildren, I don't think you'd say yes. And we're asking you to give us that type of respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm another Mrs. Ferry. That was Mrs. Ferry too. That's my daughter.
Third Ferry.
First thing I'd like to say, well, first of all, I'd like to thank Lillian, Alicia, and Windsor for your votes last time. You said no to the developers. That took guts, and I know you were going against what you've been taught as far as what they think is the right thing to do. It's not. It really isn't, and y'all were right to vote no. And we thank you with all our hearts. We've thought about it ever since you said no. Thank goodness. But it didn't win. And we want it to win. We want to win back that property. We don't want you there. And my son and I decided that we would drive around and find out how many of the apartment buildings around, how many are there? And then we decided, no, we weren't going to count the number of apartment buildings. We were going to count the ones that are complexes, the ones that have more than one building, the ones that have, like the one that's on Oak right around the corner from us. It has 6 buildings with 6 apartments, and they're downstairs and upstairs apartments. 6 buildings. And a lot of these other buildings have that much too. So
You know, that's not fair. If you want to add to them, okay, I remember the first planning meeting when Nathan and Jake talked about, we've got to go up. We can't spread out. And I know that that's what Adam said the other day too. We don't have room to sprawl, is what you said. Anyway, so that's understandable, but there are so many places, even in our neighborhood, that you can go up on. It doesn't have to be where homes are. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Thank you. This project impacts a lot of people here. And a lot of people have spoken and really expressed their being horrified at how large this structure is. It's a large structure. When you drive past Paul's Diner, there are 2 buildings there. I think that makes up 500. Look, imagine taking all that and just plopping that down on Pine Street. It's kind of shocking when you think about those numbers. Or if you look at Moda, take Moda and let's plop it down on Pine Street. So, in reality though, it's more shocking than that. Moda is 250, I believe that's right, Nathan, 250 beds in that complex. 250 beds in Moda, 2 acres of land. Now we're talking 550 beds in 2 acres of land. Well, how do you do that? Squeeze a student down. So if you take the square footage of Pine Street, it's 187,000 square feet of living space for the residents. You divide that by the residents, the number is 550. And the number you come up with for those numbers, it's around 300 square feet per resident. Okay. But if you look at Moda, it's 114,000 square feet for the residents. You divide that by the lower number, because they have less people at Moda, divide that by 230 beds, residents, what do you want to call them? Well, that's 500 square feet. Hey, I'd rather live in Moda. So what we're doing here is, as a way to generate revenue for the city, we're creating this system that is taking advantage of students.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not fair to students.
Thank you.
Robert Lee, 113 Presley Drive. I'm going to speak to this issue, not in favor or against it. I just became curious about the difference between city council function, whether it's doing a legislative or adjudicative action. And I did research, and there's some misunderstanding, I think, in public and also maybe on council. But so this is, from everything I can gather, this is a legislative action that city council will be doing, this function. And as part of that, it's a legal term, but ex parte, meaning that people would have done research outside of listening to the public would be expected and part of due diligence. So I think some of the public is under the impression that people would not be doing outside research and have any opinion from outside research, and I think that's false. I think it would be remiss of the city council not to do outside research and ex parte and do research. That's a part of our representative system, that we elect people to be our representatives who we expect will do that, due diligence. So I just want to try to, I cleared that for myself, and I wanted to put that out there for anybody else. So, you know, having all kinds of information beforehand is not wrong for this kind of legislative action that city council is doing this thing. So I'll leave it at that. Just with this, there are trade-offs with this, good and bad, and I haven't come down one or the other myself, but hope you consider all the trade-offs. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Hi, my name is Taylor Sewell. I wanted to get up here because I think you guys have heard a lot from the residents, but I'm actually a student at Clemson. I've been at Clemson for 10 years now. I did my bachelor's, my master's, and I'm about to graduate with my PhD next year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So there's a reason I chose Clemson. There truly is something in these hills. People ask me where I'm from. I say Clemson. You know, it's my home. I'm a student, but I also consider myself a resident as well. And I'm proud to say that. Like I said, there's a reason I've stayed here. Clemson has such a heart, and I really hope you guys are on the same page with everyone in this, well, most of the people in this room is protecting that. There are families here, and I think that that's something that even the students are respectful of, not wanting to encroach on them, giving them their space. You know, we see them in public, and we're respectful. We're happy to see them downtown. And I think that's what makes Clemson so special, is having that balance of these families that, you know, are the heart of Clemson, and these students that are, you know, most of the time in and out of Clemson, but there are the ones of us that, you know, want to stay because of what it is. I understand change. I'm an engineer. I understand that people are reluctant to it, that it has to happen. But I do think that there's an appropriate way that you go about it. And I'm not sure that even as wide residents that you guys are also having such a hard time protecting your own city. But I do hope that when you go to make your vote that you consider that this is a home and there's a heart to it. And I hope that you're willing to protect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
My name is Chris Eliezer. I live at 115 Folger Street, which is about 2 blocks away from where this development will take place. First of all, I thank you for hearing myself as well as the others that are here today. I'm not going to go into a lot of what everybody else has said regarding the traffic and the safety that's been mentioned today as well as in the past, but I will echo something that has been said about the comp plan. We can't pick and choose which parts of the comp plan we want to follow. As Mr. Wood said, this does comply with the comp plan from the student housing priority zone. However, if you look further into that and look at the layer below the hatch marks, you'll see that the zoning there is still for high density residential and not for mixed use or any type of other large scale development. So 2045 comp plan still recognizes this parcel as being high density residential, which is what it is currently. The other thing that I would like to mention is that, you know, as I've said during the public meeting a couple of meetings ago, that you've had everybody come here and speak. You've heard plenty of people come and speak for this project. I've yet to hear one person come and speak, you know, that supports it. Everybody's been against it. So I encourage you to listen and vote for what the people are saying. This isn't even so much about the project anymore. It's about the people that elected you to the positions that you're in. And I think it would say a lot if you know, those that support the project and have publicly by their vote in the past were to be able to step back and acknowledge that even though you may personally support this project, you're going to put that pride aside and support the residents and the community that put you in office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, so Scott Allison. I don't have a dog in this fight in the sense that I live on the other side of town. And I have to admit, I didn't understand the breadth of this project until sitting here today, and I don't know how long you've been considering it, but you can't vote yes on this yet. This has got to be studied. This project is way out of character for the area. I go over there all the time, SO, whatever. I've been, you know, as a student here, I mean, I know the character of this place, But when you're coming down the road there and Esso's on your right and the big apartment building or condo building is there on the left, that building's very close to the road. Getting in and out of that road is horrible as it is. There's no infrastructure there. There's no sidewalks. The Esso is a disaster waiting to happen from an accident standpoint. There's no sidewalks. The trash can is right by the street. People walk into the street to get to Esso. That whole area cannot take this project right now. Just wait, study it, do whatever you got to do, but this project is way out of character for that area. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments, or I'm going to pass it on to council?
I forgot to say my name and my address. Is it all right? I'm sure it works all. You're good.
All right, I'll open up to council.
I'll just start on this end. I really have nothing further to add to it.
Are we going online?
They didn't hear what you said.
They didn't hear.
I have nothing further to add.
Whoever wants to chime in.
I'll just echo my sentiments. Same thing I said last meeting, just for the record. I think that we have a nice transition that exists already in this area from high density to medium to low. I'd like to see that maintained. And I don't know that this is the perfect place for retail to be located. I think it'd be better suited on 93. Broken record at this point, but I think if this were on 93, I'd feel very different, but I don't, so.
I'm going to be very blunt. I abstained last time. I'm afraid I'm going to be the deciding vote, yes or no. I will tell you I have struggled with this. Don't care if you believe me or not. My pastor knows. I have tried my best to put the social media, the B rating of me as a human being, and the things that are said is just uncalled for, folks. It's just uncalled for. And I am putting that decision, yes or no, because of spite aside, okay? Because as human beings, first thing we want to do is lash back. What I have ridden back there several times, I've been in an old blue pickup truck. I've ridden back there different times of the day to see the traffic. But what has made me decide is my yard is 1.5 acres. My next door neighbor is 0.5 acre. And as Miss Ferry, the younger Miss Ferry, said, the 2 acres, I went out, I looked at it, and I tried to imagine those buildings on those 2 acres. And I have to vote no tonight, because I can't see it.
Other comments?
I've got some thoughts. Before we vote tonight, I'd like everyone to remember some of the facts that I discussed during the previous reading, and I'd also like to share a couple of additional thoughts. Over the past several weeks, I have heard from many residents. I have met with citizens, reviewed emails, watched interviews, read social media discussions, and listened carefully to concerns shared with staff and council. Many of those concerns are legitimate, and they deserve serious consideration. I have also heard several claims repeated throughout the process that I believe deserve clarification. I have heard it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan. I would encourage anyone interested to review the comprehensive plan and the future land use map and the student housing prioritization areas. This property is identified as an area for this type of development. while adjacent neighborhoods are identified as areas that should be protected and preserved. I've heard that the traffic studies were conducted when students were not present or that the data was somehow invalid. The traffic analysis was based on two separate traffic studies conducted on April 15th, 2025 and September 9th, 2025. Both studies were performed during the morning and afternoon peak commute hours. I reviewed the 2025 academic calendar. The April study was conducted approximately 2 weeks before exams. The September study was conducted about 1 week after Labor Day. Both dates occurred while students were attending regular classes during the academic year. I have heard that land use decisions are made arbitrarily or solely for the benefit of developers. I do not believe that is true. Over the last several years, Clemson placed a moratorium on development, conducted extensive studies, created Clemson Next, and gathered thousands of hours of public input from residents, business owners, stakeholders, experts. That work was then incorporated into our comprehensive plan. Is that plan perfect? No, but it is the result of one of the most extensive public engagements efforts our city has ever engaged in. It represents years of discussion about housing, density, transportation, economic development, neighborhood preservation, and what we want Clemson to look like, not just today, but 25 years from now. Most importantly, it reflects the voices of our citizens. We also have examples of what happens when communities simply refuse to engage with growth. Projects like Campus View, Dockside, and the Hub remind us that development does not disappear simply because people oppose it. The question is whether we help shape the development or simply react to it after the fact. I have heard the concerns about traffic, neighborhood impacts, pedestrian safety, walkability, and the protection of the surrounding homes. Those concerns have merit. In fact, whether this project moves forward or not, these issues will still need to be addressed. The areas identified for future development in our adopted plans, that means traffic, neighborhood protections, crossings across Highway 93, walkability, will all remain important issues for this council and future councils to solve. I would also like to address a criticism I have heard regarding prepared remarks. Some people believe that because I come to these meetings with written comments, I must have already made up my mind before hearing public input. That is simply not true. I prepare remarks because I believe I owe the public an explanation. Council members receive a tremendous amount of information throughout these processes. We review studies, legal opinions, staff recommendations, planning documents, and citizen input. At the same time, there is often a tremendous amount of inaccurate or incomplete information circulating throughout the community. I believe I have an obligation to provide facts, explain my reasoning, and be transparent in how I reach my decisions. Having prepared remarks does not determine how I vote. In fact, I often revise my comments as I continue listening and learning throughout the process. The purpose of these remarks is not to close my mind. The purpose is to communicate clearly with the people I serve. You deserve that. And in all honesty, I sometimes hope someone will come forward to the podium with a better plan, one that addresses growth and density and is supported by data and real-world examples and brings our entire community together. I have not yet seen a plan that everyone loves, but I continue looking for ways to make the plan we have better for everyone who calls Clemson home. Until our community adopts a different plan, I believe I have an obligation to follow the ones our citizens help create. I hope after tonight's vote, regardless of where each of us stand on the project, we can remember that everyone involved here cares deeply about Clemson. Reasonable people can disagree. Every member of this council wants what is best for our city, and every citizen who has spoken has done so because they care about this community. That shared commitment to Clemson is something worth remembering long after tonight's vote.
Other comments? I'll just add, oh, you're okay. That I don't have any additional comments from the last city council meeting, but I will reiterate some of the things Adam just said. We spend a lot of time contemplating what's best. We take a lot of calls, phone calls, text messages, and I think I can look around this room. Everybody that's reached out to me, I reach back out to them. You may not always agree with what I have to say or vice versa, but please respect the due diligence we always put into this. I grew up here too. I don't have to say I grew up here and that makes me all-knowing. I am not all-knowing. I am learning. And I think Adam said it very well, that we are trying to balance the growth within our community, but we all love Clemson. And I will re-emphasize that. Everybody in this room loves Clemson. We love where we live. We want to raise our family. I raised both my kids here and I want them to come back. Well, they may not want to come back necessarily, and I get it, but we all love Clemson. So with that said, I will continue to respond. I will continue to do my due diligence no matter which way we vote. And I think Adam encapsulated and did a snapshot of it, not even a snapshot. We all are doing what we think is in the best interest for the whole community after we do all our due diligence. And I want to emphasize that. And this has been literally over the last 6 months to a year. We start way before watching different things. So I just want to emphasize that. Yes. Did you want to say anything else?
Before we keep going, did you vote before she has to vote?
Oh, yeah. We have two public comments that, three.
Apologies, I should
Yes.
have read these when you guys were still speaking,
Thank
so I
you.
apologize.
Thank you.
I'm going to read the public comments that were submitted via the My Civic app for this agenda item. These were also provided to council in writing, just so that you're aware. The first one comes from Shannon Sharkey at 101 Pool Lane. They write, I ask the council to consider the impact on the residents of the downtown neighborhoods when there are large construction projects that fundamentally change the makeup of a residential neighborhood. The construction of Rambler at the start of my neighborhood proves daily that neighbors are not considered as long as the company overseeing the project is not inconvenienced. Rambler construction vehicles block our roads and the gates on our road, and College have created limited visibility when turning and unsafe passages for pedestrians. The newly paved roads are already damaged. At the end of the construction phase, there will not be a respite for neighbors because then the hundreds of new college-aged residents will move into the neighborhood. Please look at the detrimental impact of large development on the rig side of College before continuing to destroy downtown neighborhoods by agreeing to a development on Pine Street. And again, that's Shannon Sharkey at 101 Pool Lane. The next comment is, nope. Sorry, I'm trying to read the same one twice. The next comment is from Chris Shelnut on Dogwood Drive. They write, I'm writing today to reiterate the importance of the decision before you on June 15th. I have spoken at several planning commission and city council meetings regarding this proposed development, which is now one vote away from becoming a reality. Before I begin, I would like to provide some background about myself and my connection to Clemson. I first came to Clemson in '94 as a transfer student and graduated in '97. Upon graduation, I became first assistant golf professional at the Walker Course. Having worked there while attending Clemson, I aspired to become head PGA golf professional and was fortunate to serve as a head professional at Walker from '98 to 2001. During that time, my wife and I started a business called Tiger Tots, gifts and clothing for babies and children. Unfortunately, due to complications during pregnancy, we were forced to close the business after a little more than a year, which changed the course of our lives. As a result, we left Clemson in 2002. We were fortunate to return 8 years later. We always knew we would come back because of our love for Clemson and the university. More importantly, we wanted our children to experience the same joy of growing up and living here that we had. My wife and I met at Clemson and were married at the Botanical Gardens in '99. Today, our family has 5 Clemson degrees and soon there will be 7. After returning to Clemson, we lived in Monaco until 2017 when we were blessed with the opportunity to move downtown. We considered downtown to be a special part of the community. We provided countless conveniences from walking or taking our golf cart to restaurants and sporting events to make it easier for my wife to commute to her job. My wife and I have always supported reasonable and positive growth. It is exciting seeing new developments that residents, visitors, and future generations can enjoy. I'm going to skip forward just to make sure that I get the point across. My wife, recently I've watched Campus View. The rail will be constructed along major corridors with the exception of the hub. These developments are on primary arterial roads. Even the hub has access to 123 and College Avenue. To be clear, I'm not opposed to someone eventually purchasing and redeveloping that property. My concern is with the size and scale. I did not get through that, and I apologize, but this again was provided to council and it's full. So you guys do have this, and they got it before the meeting. Sorry.
I'd just like to echo what everyone said, and I want to thank you all for coming out, because it does take a lot of courage sometimes to speak out, to continue to come back, even if you believe that the decisions have already been made. And I can assure you that every council member does do their due diligence and they work hard, because this is it's a full-time job, but it's really part-time, supposed to be volunteer for what we do. And I want you to know that everyone takes the time to do what they think is best for the community. And so nothing is malicious. It's always out of, and the young lady, the college student who's lived here, your comments touch me because it is the heart. And so I appreciate you for coming up and saying those very words, because it is very difficult sometimes. It just takes effort. We may not always see eye to eye, but I think at the end of the day, our goal is the same, and it's just to make sure that we have the best for our residents, but we also have to consider our students, our residents, our business owners. So we're just trying to navigate and make sure we're doing what's best for everyone. So I just wanted to say that and say thank you for coming and bringing this to us and letting us know your thoughts.
Would somebody like to make a motion at this time?
I make a motion that we consider the second reading of a proposed plan development to 201 Pine Street as presented. Second.
Any other comments or discussion at this time? And we'll do like we did last time, we'll do a roll call, and I'll start from my right to left. So any other comments? Yep.
You said consider, we need a approval or?
Okay.
We need a comment.
You need to make a motion saying you want to approve.
Okay, I'll read it again.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
I don't have my glasses on anyway. I make a motion that we approve the second reading of proposed plan development 201 Pine Street as presented. Sorry. Second.
Okay, now, any other comments at this time? Again, we'll do a roll call. I'll start my right to left. Councilmember Fulmer.
Vote yes.
Councilmember Sherrill.
Vote no.
Councilmember Evans.
No.
I vote yes. Councilmember Scott.
No.
Councilmember Smith.
No.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. So next we'll consider the first reading of an ordinance. Well, actually, let's take a quick 3-minute break at this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the public hearing.
I know it's been a little bit over 3 minutes. Hopefully everybody had a break. You only see 4 up here right now from council, so hopefully we have 3 more very shortly. We can't start yet. I know. Here comes Alicia. So,
Well, sorry.
what's wrong?
I was going to grab John.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's gone. She voted. She had to go home to Millie.
That's right. You good? All right.
Good reason to go.
So, next on the agenda is consider first reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a franchise agreement between the City of Clemson and Wire 3, providing for related matters. Andy.
What we have here is an internet provider who's wanting to come into the City of Clemson and start providing service. So what we're recommending is they come at the 5% franchise fee rate that you have standard for everybody else.
So they're just internet. I noticed in the packet that it's no telecommunications, just internet. Do you know if it's air fiber or
No, I think they want to be in the ground.
in the ground? Okay.
So they'll use the conduit that we've been laying as we go.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, they expressly, they want the franchise so they can operate within the right of way.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the first reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a franchise agreement between the City of Clemson and Wire 3, and providing for related matters.
Second.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the public?
No public left.
No.
Your turn, Ally.
We actually did the motion, but it's the opportunity for comments. All right, all in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Next is consider a resolution to adopt the procurement policy and procedure manual for the City of Clemson to be effective July 1st of 2026. Leslie, you're back.
Yes, with the policy again. There was a little faux pas last time, so we just need to make this official and if you have any questions, I can definitely ask. The motion was made to approve the P card policy twice instead of the procurement policy.
Okay, gotcha.
So, Jeremiah.
Good question.
I just,
Yep, good question. All right. And comments from the public? Yes. Thank you, Leslie.
Robert Lee, 113 Presley Drive. There is, I think, a very big issue with this. I'll read you. When I first read it, I translate for what's acceptable here, but it really set off my doublespeak detector big time. And I kept going back to it, kept going back to it. And today I finally said it's still not right. So what they call the sole discretion clause, it is at the sole discretion of the city administrator to waive or change any procurement policies at any time. Now, Google and Grok says, I didn't have time to do more research, but I quizzed them. So, City Council meeting agenda packet item E, that's this. The distinction that this is a resolution to adopt an administrative policy and procedure manual rather than an ordinance change modifies the legal mechanism but does not change the core principle. This sole discretion clause still fundamentally violates public procurement standards and state law guidelines. And it gives reference to those. I sent an email to everyone, you should have a copy of that. But that's from 2 different sources. I don't have time to do the whole, but I just think as written, this is clearly a violation of 3 things. My common sense, my doublespeak detectors, and I verified that by source. So I really don't think you should, I think you should look into this a lot more. So why this clause fails standards, even as a resolution, it violates South Carolina state law requirements. It gives a citation, I'll put that in the email. It defeats the purpose of the resolution. The manual represents rules followed. If it contains a clause stating that anyone can unilaterally change, ignore at will without any reporting requirements or accountability, it's essentially voting to approve a manual of rules that are optional. So it creates an unauditable system, so I'll leave it at that, but I really wish you would take a look at everything before you consider voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Robert, you're saying that because this rule gives total authority to staff to ignore or not ignore policy, that is not legal?
It's a blanket.
Would our attorney have expression on?
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm happy to discuss it with council, either in an executive session
Sure.
or privately
Sure.
with each council member, but I'm aware of 1135-5320, I think it is, which does not require a particular type of procurement procedure or policy. It does require that a local government have one, and I believe it says something about being reasonably competitive or something along those lines. And again, I don't want to go into too much for the fear that someone may ultimately challenge the procurement policy in whatever form it rests. The idea that the city administrator would not have discretion to waive in any individual instance a matter of procurement would also create a situation where any potential nuance in a procurement situation could be raised by someone who was not awarded a contract and say, well, the city administrator either did or didn't waive some portion of the procurement, which would set up effectively such a rigid system, then we might as well bring every procurement to city council. Again,
there are times as well, if there's a grant, I have to use ours or the most stringent, so then I have to make the decision to go with the most stringent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just, yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Other comments, Jim?
I would put out there in business, we write manuals for how we do stuff, and it's pretty common in most companies, but we reserve the right to apply those rules as we see fit. Usually there's an out if we need to. There are rules, but they're used as a guideline to create good behavior.
I'll just add, I appreciate the comments, but obviously, based on what I just heard from the attorney, I'm very comfortable if we decide to move forward. So, would somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the resolution to adopt the procurement policy and procedure manual for the city of Clemson to be effective July 1, 2026.
I second.
All right. Any other comments? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Next is other policy items, and this is the first is consider a partnership with the Community Foundation of Greater Clemson to start an endowment to fund projects that will benefit those who qualify as having low or moderate income and the creation of a nonprofit support fund. Andy.
Nothing's changed since the last time.
You want to give the quick 2 or 3 second?
Yep, I will. Yeah. This here is so that when, like earlier tonight, Alicia was asking, how do we make sure that developments come through with the community benefits? Well, this question came up just today. Stacy was asking, can I issue a CO? Well, have they met all the conditions of the community benefit? One of those was a contribution to start this endowment. So I'm answering 2 questions here. One is, we won't issue the CO until they've fulfilled what's in the ordinance. The other is that fund was the first contribution we received for low to moderate income support from a developer. That money gives you to have a plan because it's a significant amount of money, so it's going to form an endowment so that it will be a revolving fund that will always be available, which is the intent of it, which we will continue to invest in. And 5% of what is in the endowment will be available every year for gifts. And the purpose of the endowment is to provide support for people, entities, and things that qualify for having low to moderate incomes. It can be a wide range of things. It could be a match for a grant for a neighborhood. It could be to re-roof a house. A lot of things. It's going to start off kind of small, which is why we've budgeted $80,000 in the budget that you can use in addition to 5% of $250,000 or whatever it is. I think it comes out to $12,000 what you're going to get, but you get the contribution. You have to wait a year for the interest to accrue. So I knew y'all didn't. Your intent for passing that ordinance wasn't to have $12,000 a year to hand out. So we've got that stopgap in place. The other piece of this is nonprofit support. We've given them, the community foundation, I believe it was $60,000. And they will, applications, nonprofits can make applications.
It says
$50,000. 60 didn't taste good when I said it. That's looking for long night.
Long night.
It's getting longer, yeah.
So then they have guidelines provided by council, largely the guidelines that you guys were making these decisions on your policy. And they have a committee that would vet the applications and hand out money. And then they would come report to you every year to talk to you about the nonprofits they supported. And to be eligible, you don't have to be based in Clemson, but your benefit needs to be in Clemson, or what they fund would have to be benefited locally. And the other thing about the endowment is that council's going to need to come up with some kind of representatives who would meet biannually with the community foundation to just look over the performance of your investment in the endowment for financial update.
So if approved, how is that going to work timeline-wise, sorry?
MODA,
No, what I'm talking about is just getting the committee set up. What do you want to, next step, we'll have it, I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah, the first step would be to write the foundation to check to get it started. And then
You want us to bring
you start working on your committee.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was, you said that in the thing.
Want to make sure.
That we were.
So that'll be,
needed a
I'm just
committee.
clarifying the follow-up, so that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you. That was a little more than 2 to 3 sentences, and I appreciate it, the thoroughness.
Question.
I like that. I like the thoroughness. Yes.
Okay. Oh, no, two separate things. The annual money we're giving to support nonprofit activity is a separate fund than this money that's coming from $80,000 in the budget and our contributions from the developers. Food for thought, we've been discussing this as really a nonprofit housing support fund. There are so many support needs that if we don't define it as a housing support fund, we might find ourselves feeling like we got to fund, food insecurity support, et cetera. So I'm wondering if we could add the word housing back in there and then make sure that we do have, and am I right, this is two separate things. The annual appropriation that the Community Foundation is going to help us hand out to nonprofits for things like various and sundry versus this. That was originally a housing support fund that we're trying to create a large endowment. Two separate things?
I think we could probably get this thing started off with like a generic term, a community action fund, but it'd probably be good if council could come up with a name that was more descriptive of what its true intent was. I think like as I was describing it, I think it doesn't need to be just housing. It can be any kind of activity. Like I hope one day we're doing matches for CDBG grants, like we did in ABEL. It's a funding program that we use. It's usually a 20% match, but you can take what's in the endowment and leverage it and do much bigger things. So I would recommend that the qualifying factor be just projects that serve low to moderate incomes, because a lot of the development that's happening around town isn't happening in these areas. So you got to say, how can this benefit everybody? And that is a way that can happen.
That was the reason for my question, because if you go to the Tiger Boulevard development, they specify affordable housing.
Yes, but.
So that was why I was asking if that's what their intent is and that's what they're requesting.
But I know.
How do we ensure that that's what they did?
But the Rambler or 398, they did it first, and then they reversed it and said they wanted it, there was a lot more things and they didn't want to specify one thing. So it could be that if we talk to them, they would change it and it's not specify one thing either. I think they just put that as a, maybe, I don't know, Nathan Woods knows, but maybe as a placeholder because they didn't know we wanted it more broad.
I think the community wanted that. That was the community's request.
Oh, the community wanted that wording,
Yes.
okay.
So that's my question is, if the community, and that's what they've agreed, then how do we ensure.
Written into the plan.
That's what I was
In
asking
this
that
particular
question.
instance.
Yes.
I think in general, what you and Alma are saying is correct, but in this particular instance, it was meant for that community,
Correct. Okay, for okay, gotcha.
adjacent community, I should say. Yeah.
Because I've received questions from citizens about this, and maybe I was wrong by saying it's housing support, and we're committed to using it for that. So,
Nope, you were wrong.
just, maybe it's just my preference then. I think that we have our
There's a lot of ways
development
to
dollars
support a
going.
house. You support a house with infrastructure, you support it with walkable pathways, you support it with roads. There's a lot of ways it's supported other than just like property maintenance, ADA compliance, energy efficient appliances. That leaves a lot of discretion.
Yeah. And all those things you're listing are housing related. So I think that fits with.
Yes, and that's why there's a distinction between that nonprofit support fund.
Other questions or comments? I really like where we're going to help the community. It makes it more consistent effort all across the board, so thank you. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion, we approve a partnership with the Community Foundation of Greater Clemson to start an endowment to fund projects that benefit those who qualify as having a low or moderate income and creation of a nonprofit support fund.
Second. Right? Didn't you make a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, second. So,
Any other comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Please don't stick around, unless you want to.
bye. Good night.
So, thanks for staying so long.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have a few, more than a few.
Oh, so you're Brian tonight
You are-
too?
you are
You're
ev-
Jacob,
you are
you're
everyone.
Brian?
So a lot of folks that had a lot to do, so.
So we're gonna go through each one of these first we're gonna, are you gonna do the quick recap or no? We're just.
Yeah, I'll do a quick recap and then you do have to vote
All
individually.
right, I'm gonna start with first, consider a contractual agreement between Clemson University and the City of Clemson for cat bus transportation services in 2027. Now, if you don't mind,
Sure.
yes.
And I will not go through individual contract amounts, but I think we have several presented for you tonight for your consideration. And while the specific language in each of these contracts varies a lot depending on the entity, the key takeaway is that under the leadership of Andy and Brian, we have transitioned towards a more resilient per hour operating thing that actually is going to keep us more resilient and sustainable in the future. That rate adjustment is going from $90.36 an hour to $106.50 an hour, which is more in line with where we are, and that will probably continue to tick up over the years. But tonight, in general, that number is reflective of all these contracts and amounts.
Because I remember Brian, I'm sorry, I remember Brian went through
Yeah.
each one of the things last
So
time.
these numbers are correct, but yeah.
Yeah. So we're going up, one of the reasons why it went up, is it just because we're so below the quote-unquote national average, or is it just gasoline and labor and every?
All that,
Yeah, it's just every outside variable.
And then
Okay,
just in a crunch.
understand. All right.
The other piece to know on this too is that while the hourly rate's $106.50, we charge half of that. That's what the contractor, that's what the city or the university would actually pay. That's the beauty of the federal grants. That's what we're
So
using to make that.
they only pay $53.25, we pay, or $53.25 is half,
Right.
because the grants, now how long do the grants last for years and years, or do they wean us off after 3 to 5
We
years, or?
receive funding annually from ACATS.
Perfect.
And then-
Allocation each year.
And then we also go after whatever dollars we can find. And another reason we weren't able to deeply subsidize anymore moving forward is because the grants for the buses, they're either for electric or these other, these buses only work half the time at the best.
The other ones, not
The
ours.
things that we can get grants for typically, we just want a diesel bus. The thing runs every day.
It's hard to break
It's
'em.
reliable, you can change your routes, you don't have to worry how hot it is outside because the air is gonna draw down the battery. So we're also reserving some of our fund balance because we know we're gonna have to buy some buses. And we're not able to find funding federal grants for what we need. So it's compressed natural gas, we had that lined up to have those but then they stopped supporting it. Now they've turned around and said we are gonna support it, but, that's a little wishy-washy for my liking. I'm not being very articulate at this point, but I mean, I don't wanna bet on it. I don't wanna end up with a bus.
I thought
and in 1
wishy-washy
year
was
it's no longer gonna be supported, so.
That's a term for me.
We like sure things.
That's right.
Well, and
National
natural gas
elections
and diesel.
change how these things are funded pretty
Oh, sure.
frequently, so that's the challenge we face.
Well, and of course, every administration, yeah,
Right,
yeah, it's gonna change. Okay, sorry. Okay, so, red trip,
We have to make a motion on each one of these.
yes.
We do.
Yes.
We do. We'll start with Clemson University and the city of Clemson. Would somebody like to make that, well,
Can I make a motion?
yeah. And actually, we have been remiss, public to, yes.
Do you have anything to say, Robert? Okay.
All right, now.
Sorry.
So, yes.
Or the mufflers are too loud, you know, we're on our asses in the metal box.
There you go.
Well, that's what's his point.
Yeah.
Okay, I would make the motion, okay, wait, that we.
Approve.
I make a motion that we approve the contractual agreement between Clemson University and the city of Clemson for CAT bus transportation services in fiscal year 2027.
Second.
Any comments, any other comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Would somebody like to make a motion next on the town of Central and the city of Clemson?
You're not gonna do it? Okay.
I'll do it. Well, I make a motion that we approve the contractual agreement between the town of Central and the city of Clemson for CAT bus transportation services in fiscal year 2027.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? And always, on all of these, public is more than welcome. So all in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you very much. Next, the third is the town of Pendleton.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve, we approve the contractual agreement between the town of Pendleton and the city of Clemson for CAT bus transportation services in fiscal year 2027.
Second.
Any comments? Anyone at this point? Okay, all right, all in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Next is for High Point.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the contractual agreement between High Point and the city of Clemson for CAT bus transportation services in fiscal year 2027.
Second.
Comments or discussion? All right, all in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you very much.
And last but not
Last
least,
is like the pier, yes, correct.
I make a motion that we approve the contractual agreement between the Pier Core SVA in parentheses, in the city of Clemson for CAT bus transportation services in fiscal year 2027.
Second.
Any comments? Yes, Robert? Yes, sir.
Oh, we almost made it! Almost made it!
Just real quick, now we're on the last one, I just wonder if you can do a consent agenda for these kinds of things?
Amen, Robert. Amen.
We have been told very clearly we have to do each individual one.
I didn't tell him that. I can assure you, it didn't
You
come.
mean you didn't want to listen to my voice?
So, yes, but I know we're all about efficiencies, and you made a great point. So, yes, sir. All right.
Too late now.
So did we vote on it?
We did not.
Okay.
All in favor on the last motion that's on the table, please raise your right hand. Thank you very much. All right, next is consider awarding the develop strategic asset management plan.
Oh, Nathan's
Nathan
still
just-
here.
Yes, here we go. It's how do you pronounce that? Raftellus? Raftellus? Okay, Raftellus Financial Consulting, the amount of $145,422.
Well, real quick, what is the strategic asset management, just real quick?
Yeah,
I forgot.
so the strategic asset management plan in like layman's term is the long-term planning for how we manage our assets, which I know is very simple, but it's looking at, not looking at just from like sidewalks, roads, water, sewer, all the way to trees, and then you're looking at life determinations, like lifespan. So like, the new water lines that we just put in Clemson, in College Heights, those have about, depending on the material, the 2-inch line has about a 70-year lifespan, the 6-inch has about a 100-year lifespan. So you're looking at trying to make sure that you're planning for when you need to be replacing that based off of current installation, and then you're also looking at a bunch of other opportunities, but that's the general idea of what you're looking at.
Okay. That makes sense. So
Thank
we're.
you for the explanation.
Yes, and so we want to hire a consultant to help us do that.
Yes.
Okay, understood.
Other questions, comments from the public?
Are you sure we can't get AI to come in here and do it?
Somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve awarding the development strategic asset management plan to Raftellus Financial Consulting in the amount of $145,422.
Second.
Any comments? All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for sticking it out.
Oh, Jeremiah.
The last item is consider awarding the property and casualty brokerage services contract to Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services LLC in the amount of $275,000. Jeremiah.
Yeah, so we put this out for bid. We had a few interviews and they were the winning firm. This will greatly help me and I think help us negotiate our insurance to make it a more favorable rate and get our claims resolved faster.
Good.
Thank you for the feedback and the explanation. Any other questions or comments? Any from the public? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion, we approve awarding property and casualty brokerage service contract to Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services LLC in the amount of $275,000.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Next, we'll go to mayor council reports. I'll just highlight some. We had it out from the last city council meeting, but please give kudos to Bree, Sarah especially. This community connection's always done so well, so kudos to Sarah. And I know the whole team contributes to it, but I know she organized that. We greatly appreciate it. I wanted to do it the last one, but it literally came out, I think, that night, that day, I should say. So, yeah, please relay that.
Good job. It's very good.
Other council reports? So I realize it's 3 hours later, but I wanted to address Mr. McGuire's comments. I called Mr. McGuire, and I was only able to leave him a voicemail on Sunday, telling him I would address this. He had called Andy, and he was concerned. I did not realize, and I hate that he is so upset. I wanted to review the video of what was said prior to calling Mr. McGuire to discuss it. I have to go back and check. My memory is not perfect, but I did review the video, and I believe I said repeatedly, because I remembered watching him vote to abstain more than once. The word was probably excessive as an adjective. He voted twice, was what we found, to abstain, and I said it because I have learned from him. He's a bit of a parliamentarian. He has used process before, and I've learned things about how our process works. In voting, you have 3 options to vote. Getting up and leaving is actually, I believe, prohibited by our ordinance. But you have a yes vote, a no vote, and an abstain vote, and they're all perfectly acceptable votes. And then there is a secondary process where you find out if the motion passes or not, and that is more of a tabulation, and each of those carries a connotation. We changed the connotation of abstain to a pass vote when we redid the ordinance. But in that process, we are each perfectly entitled to make those votes, and those are taking positions and making a perfectly acceptable vote. There was no harm or no defamation intended in any of my comments. By saying he had voted that way before, I meant that it's perfectly acceptable to vote that way. And that is a parliamentary piece of what we can do as council members.
And I think I abstained. Unfortunately, I knew what I was doing. I knew that we had changed it to a yes. I knew what the rules and regulations. I was handed a Robert's Rule of Order when I joined the Presbyterian Church. So when Robert asked for clarification from the lawyer, everything, all hell broke loose, okay? I can't describe it any other way, excuse my language. And I was even quoted in the paper for crying out loud, I know what I'm doing, I want to abstain. And it was no maliciousness on Councilman Jones's. I think he was just trying to calm the situation and say, well, I know that Fran has abstained in the past. And if I remember correctly, it was Fran McGuire that changed it from a yes at the end of for the vote to a no. And then we changed it back to a yes. So I don't remember what you said, but I think it was to help clarify that I had abstained. And it just got,
And there was
all hell broke loose.
There was nothing negative intended.
No, it was not malicious in my opinion.
It was
No.
simply in support of your ability to
Yes.
make that vote.
Yes.
It is a perfectly legal vote, was really all I was saying. So there was no intended maliciousness, and I'm sorry that he was upset about it. But all I was trying to do was say, we have a right to do this, and it's happened before. We have history of doing this.
And you just used him as an example.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to single him out in any way.
Jeremiah, just to clarify, the way we've gone back earlier this year, it's following municipal association rules.
Yes, it is.
Just wanted to make sure I put that on record again.
Suggested rules, yes.
Suggested rules, better way to say it. Thank you. All right. Thank you for sharing that.
Just
Thank
wanted
you.
to clarify, no harm intended.
Other reports or comments? Any? Yes.
No, I was just sorry that he was not able to speak with Mr. McGuire before tonight.
All right.
It would have saved some heartburn.
Any new business? All right, at this time, would somebody like to make a motion to go? Well, first I got to read, to consider appointments for Parks and Rec, Arts, Culture, and Tourism Advisory Committee, and the Police Advisory Board, section codes 10470. So would somebody like to make a motion?
I make a motion, we go into executive session.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you very much. We'll be back. Would somebody like to make a motion to go back into a regular council
I
meeting?
make a motion that we return back into the regular council meeting of June the 15th, 2026.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you very much. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Make a motion to appoint Agastya Sharma as the high school student and Cameron McElharney as the Clemson University Student Police Advisory Board, both for a one-year term.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you very much. Somebody like to make another motion?
I make a motion to appoint Jennifer Gooch to the Parks, Recreation, Arts, Culture, and Tourism Committee for a term of ending in February 2028.
Second.
Okay, any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you, Mayor. Last, and considering it's, I don't even know what time it is, but would somebody like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
Please record my vote as an abstain.